Good morning, 5 o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We are at 50, make that 61 degrees right now, fair skies, and we do have a slight chance of thunderstorms later. We're going to get warm again. It's around 85 degrees later today. And Stefano will be back right after the news with your full forecast. Department of Homeland Security taking a swipe at Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell for his criticism of the ongoing illegal immigration enforcement operation.
Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin stating this operation resulted in getting gang members, sex offenders, and other violent criminals off Nashville streets. And Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell stands by pro-illegal policies, claiming that the enforcement operations were done by people who do not share our values of safety. So here are the latest numbers. ICE says it has arrested 196 illegal immigrants since the weekend before last. Of those 196 arrests, 95 reportedly had prior criminal convictions and pending criminal charges, and 31 were individuals who were previously removed after re-entering the U.S. illegally. Ken Weaver, WTN News.
President Trump continues his three-nation trip to the Middle East. While in Saudi Arabia yesterday, he talked about improving relations with Syria's new government.
He also said he would be ordering the lifting of sanctions against Syria to, as he put it, give them a chance at greatness. Sanctions have been in place for decades. They've been really crippling for Syria's economy. And there's a lot of concern here in the region that the country will not have a chance to rebuild so long as these sanctions stay in place.
That's ABC's Karen Travers. Now, the president also announced Saudi Arabia's $600 billion commitment to invest in the U.S. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Remarkable turnaround for the S&P, which added 42 points, putting it back into positive territory for the year and wiping out all of its 2025 losses so far. The Nasdaq gained 301 points. The Dow lost 269 points. The rally started on the latest consumer inflation report, which showed prices easing a bit across the country last month. Nvidia stock was the biggest pull on the markets, rising 6%, on news that it would partner with Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund-owned AI startup Humane to ship 18,000 chips to power a new data center. Supermicrocomputer, which builds servers used in AI, jumped 16%. Those gains helped offset a 17% loss in United Health Group after the company suspended its full-year financial forecast due to higher-than-expected medical costs. The nation's largest health insurer also announced that CEO Andrew Whitty was stepping down for personal reasons. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
We've got stock futures pointing slightly down this morning. The Dow futures minus 21, NASDAQ futures down 13 points. The S&P futures are minus 5. That's the latest news, traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, everyone, on 40, the westbound side near South Side, there's a crash just before Fessler's Lane, exit 212, with the right lane blocked off. We've got a left lane blocked off on 65 southbound in Madison. That's right at Dickerson Pike, a stalled out car there. And it's, by the way, in a curve area, so you'll come up on that quickly. Also, Mount Juliet, a tractor trailer struck a pole and brought down some power lines on Volunteer Boulevard between Athletes Way and Rutland Drive. And that area has been blocked off. By the way, there's also power knocked out in that area as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. How are you? Welcome on in to your Wednesday. It is May 14th, and man, there is a lot going on. Let's get right to it. By the way, along with Joan Jones, KGB producing today, and Donald Trump. You know, a lot of people saying that the president made history with his speech yesterday in Saudi Arabia. I've got a lot of the great, relevant audio from that speech, and he said a lot of things. I'm just going to cover some of the major points. By the way, there is a major Afrikaners update. We'll talk about that as well. You should, and I cannot wait to talk to Joan Jones about the media as they cover Jake Tapper's book, Original Sin.
Oh, my goodness, it makes my head explode.
Your head will explode when I play you some of this audio at 5:35. It is absolutely insanity.
Little insanity for a Wednesday morning.
And Chuck
What
Schumer.
could be wrong? Yeah, well,
You know, Chuck Schumer.
you already said insanity. Sorry.
What Chuck Schumer said in defense of, and there is no defense, and I'll get into this, but what Chuck Schumer said as he was trying to defend himself against people who were saying, dude, you knew all about Joe Biden's cognitive decline, and you said nothing. Well, I'll play that audio coming up here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Let's talk about Donald Trump. He announced a lot of things yesterday, and I think part of what's going on with Donald Trump wanting to drop the sanctions against Syria. That's number one. Number two, he came out, and this broke right after we got off the air. $600 billion deal with Saudi Arabia, and he talked about the great relationship that he has and America has with the Middle East.
Today we reaffirm this important bond, and we take the next steps to make our relationship closer, stronger, and more powerful than ever before. It is more powerful than ever before. And by the way, it will remain that way. We don't go in and out like other people. It will remain that way.
So there seems to be some sort of a debate going on when he said, you know, our relationship is, solid. It doesn't go in and out like other people. Some folks say he was talking about Israel. Some people say he was talking about Europe. But bottom line is, for President Trump, it was a great speech. This is from Fox News. Trump's speech came after he signed several economic agreements totaling $600 billion in trade deals. The agreements could help create up to 2 million U.S. jobs, Donald Trump said. You know, one of the things that I've noticed with the media and their coverage of this trip is that the $600 billion economic package, the deals, it's almost like a side note. It's almost like a side note, and they're so focused on Donald Trump, and is he going to accept this free gift, this plane from Qatar? Now, that seems to be what the media is still hyper-focused on. Oh, yeah, and there's $600 billion in trade deals and could create up to 2 million U.S. jobs. There is that part as well. By the way, Joan, is there an update on the whole accepting the gift from Qatar thing?
Haven't heard a single thing about it.
Haven't heard a thing about it? Well, he's on his way to meet them now.
Oh, I see.
So can you imagine the hysteria if they have the plane parked like right there at the airport when he pulls in and it's like an open house and he walks in there to check it all out? Oh, can you imagine the hysteria? By the way, the president made a lot of headlines with this comment talking about the neocon nation builders. I love this. Listen to this.
And it's crucial for the wider world to note this great transformation has not come from Western interventionists or flying people in beautiful planes giving you lectures on how to live and how to govern your own affairs. No, the gleaming marvels of Riyadh and Abu Dhabi were not created by the so-called nation builders, neocons, or liberal nonprofits like those who spent trillions and trillions of dollars failing to develop Kabul, Baghdad, so many other cities. Instead, the birth of a modern Middle East has been brought by the people of the region themselves, the people that are right here, the people that have lived here all their lives, developing your own sovereign countries, pursuing your own unique visions and charting your own destinies in your own way. It's really incredible what you've done.
So that was Donald Trump doing two things. Number one, he's throwing, George Bush and Dick Cheney right under the bus. That's number one. But number two is he really is looking for solidarity with the Middle East. And we're going to get into some of that as the morning continues to unfold. But he did talk about the failed attempts at nation building. And obviously two come to mind, and he mentioned it, Iraq and Afghanistan, right off the bat. Now, in Afghanistan, you know that we spent $2 trillion total on the war, the Taliban trying to rebuild Afghanistan as well. And we know that it failed miserably. We tried to train their army. It was a complete and utter failure. And, of course, the failed pullout of Afghanistan with Joe Biden being the crescendo. So just epically sad. Afghanistan all the way around. We had, of course, thousands of Americans die there in the military as well. And so the whole entire story of us in Afghanistan is mired in nation-building failure. It's the bottom line. Same with Iraq. $2 trillion there. Thousands of Americans died. It is an absolute mess. We ended up dealing with ISIS. That was what happened when we tried to nation build in Iraq. We ended up having to deal with ISIS. And, I mean, is Afghanistan any better now than when we first went in? I don't know. It seems like Afghanistan is right back to where it was with the Taliban in charge. In Iraq, you still have the sectarian divisions there. There's been some successes in Iraq, but the bottom line is that as far as nation building goes, they're trying to build these nations sort of in our American image. It's been failure after failure. And so, yes, all of that brought to you originally by the Republican Party, by the Bushes, the Cheneys, of course. That was followed by the Obamas. Yes, Donald Trump's first term as well. And then, of course, Joe Biden and the failed pullout by Joe Biden. And so for me, when you talk about the failed nation building, I mean, it two nations in recent history, Afghanistan and Iraq, both complete epic failures. Donald Trump continued to talk about the neocons that led to these nation-building failures.
In the end, the so-called nation builders wrecked far more nations than they built, and the interventionists were intervening in complex societies that they did not even understand themselves. They told you how to do it, but they had no idea how to do it themselves. Peace, prosperity, and progress ultimately came not from a radical rejection of your heritage, but rather from embracing your national traditions and embracing that same heritage that you love so dearly.
So the president throwing America, and specifically the nation builders and the neocons, as he calls them, right under the bus, and quite frankly, as he should. And he's trying to build solidarity with the Middle East. And I totally, completely see what he is trying to do, especially when it comes to Syria. Details on that straight ahead, and what it means when the president says that he does want to cancel out the sanctions against Syria. 5:16. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Well, we've got a crash this morning in Southside on the 40 westbound side before Fessler's Lane, and it's blocking off the right lane. A stalled out semi truck in Madison. It's on 65 southbound side at Dickerson Pike. That tractor trailer now on the shoulder. Police are in the left lane, so that left lane on 65 right at Dickerson Pike is closed off this morning. Also, Mount Juliet, there is power out, and a section of Volunteer Boulevard between Athletes Way and Rutland Drive closed because there's a tractor trailer there that struck a pole. It brought down some power lines and caused a power outage. So lots going on there this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Weather today, a high of 84, mostly cloudy. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. Going over what a lot of people are calling Donald Trump's historic speech in Saudi Arabia yesterday. He is on his way to Qatar today, and this is part of what he said yesterday regarding Syria.
I will be ordering the cessation of sanctions against Syria in order to give them a chance at greatness. Oh, what I do for the Crown Prince. The sanctions were brutal and crippling and served as an important function, nevertheless, at the time. But now it's their time to shine. It's their time to shine. We're taking them all off, and they're going to have, I think they're going to have, based on the people and the spirit and everything else that I'm hearing about. So I say good luck, Syria. Show us something very special like they've done, frankly, in Saudi Arabia. Okay? They're going to show us something special. Very good people.
So that is, and by the way, I have a lot of problems with Saudi Arabia, just so we know, just so we all know. I have a lot of problems with Saudi Arabia, and obviously their involvement in 9/11 is clearly one of them. But one of the things that Donald Trump said, and I've got the audio, is that he doesn't want to be enemies with countries forever. And you know that Donald Trump is a deal maker. And so as it relates to Syria, you know that we did have sanctions against Syria because of, Bashar al-Assad, his support for terrorism. He also used chemical weapons against his own people. Some of these sanctions actually dated back to the 1970s. It was 14 years ago when they were really hit with these sanctions hard under Bashar al-Assad. Remember, though, and we covered this extensively at the time, that they have a new president, Ahmed al-Sharaa, and his group overthrew Assad's government. And I remember at the time thinking, well, this dude is a terrorist, and he had a $10 million bounty on his head. And now he's meeting with Donald Trump today, and the sanctions are lifted? I mean, dude has ties to Al-Qaeda. But here's Trump's reasoning. Because I know that there's a lot of you folks out there that are like, really? Why would he do this? The reason he's doing this is manifold. Number one is this is a gimme to Saudi Arabia. He's also trying to alienate Iran, which is something that he's always trying to do and something that he should do. But at the same time, he's extended yet another olive branch to Iran. We'll get into that. But since Ahmed al-Sharaa took over Syria, they have cooperated in our intelligence agencies as they've been able to foil several ISIS plots to attack Damascus. They arrested one of the commanders of ISIS as well. So he is doing whatever he can to try and cozy up to Donald Trump and cozy up to America. They do say that this former terrorist has now really changed his ways, if you will. Now, and not to get too deep into this, But what Trump, again, is trying to do, I believe, is bring Syria into the fold of Saudi Arabia and Qatar and the United Arab Emirates, and the influence of Russia and Iran. If he can do that, it really does evaporate. And then we have a new business partner in the region. Now, what Syria can offer, I don't really know. But under Bashar al-Assad, it was all about the influence of Iran and Russia. Probably you throw some China in there as well. But if Trump can make nice with Syria and do whatever he can to help them prosper, and we can actually trust Ahmed al-Sharaa, okay, well, then we have another partner in the region. So there is a lot going on. But then, yes, the president did extend another olive branch to Iran.
But with that said, Iran can have a much brighter future, but will never allow America and its allies to be threatened with terrorism or nuclear attack. The choice is theirs to make. We really want them to be a successful country. We want them to be a wonderful, safe, great country. But they cannot have a nuclear weapon. This is an offer that will not last forever. The time is right now for them to choose. Right now, we don't have a lot of time to wait.
Yeah, that is Donald Trump again. He's really telling Iran, listen, I'm trying to de-escalate. I'm trying to do a deal with you, and I need you to drop your nuclear ambitions. And he does want to make a deal. Now, if you listen to this show, you know that I think that is bat crap crazy. You simply do not negotiate with Iran. I just don't think that you do. They can't be trusted. I mean, if you know anything about Iran, you know that they can't be trusted, which is why Trump pulled us out of the Iranian nuclear deal. You remember all that from the first administration. He didn't trust them during the first term. I don't believe that Iran can be trusted now. Let's also, by the way, this isn't old news. Let's also not forget that Iran was behind the attack on Israel. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard helped train Hamas to carry it out. And so if you make Iran stronger, to me, it means more terrorism around the world.
As I've shown repeatedly, I am willing to end past conflicts and forge new partnerships for a better and more stable world, even if our differences may be very profound, which obviously they are in the case of Iran. I have never believed in having permanent enemies. I am different than a lot of people think. I don't like permanent enemies, but sometimes you need enemies to do the job, and you have to do it right. Enemies get you motivated. In fact, some of the closest friends of the United States of America are nations we fought wars against in generations past, and now they're our friends and our allies.
So I hope I'm wrong on the whole Iran thing. And Donald Trump is right. Iran, by the way, they haven't responded to the president about dropping their nuclear ambitions and coming together to make a deal. Watch us on YouTube. The Daily Dan poll awaits you there. Like and subscribe. Today, the poll is, do you believe, how did we frame it, KGB?
President Trump trusts Iran. Do you?
Go. And what are the numbers?
93% say no.
93% say no, they don't trust Iran. All right, so I knew I wasn't alone in this. I don't think that we should be dealing with Iran. Now, what is the difference between Iran and Syria? Because I just told you that the new president of Syria, the guy that overthrew Bashar al-Assad, Ahmed al-Sharaa, he is or was a terrorist. I think what he's trying to do perhaps is he's trying to become legitimate. But the reality is that, to me, Iran is completely different. So what Trump is trying to do is isolate Iran, and by working with Syria, that is part of that isolation. And at the same time, the president is also trying to neutralize Iran by doing deals so that they will abandon their nuclear aspirations. But again, the problem is, and if you remember anything about our conversations way back when, it is almost impossible to determine where exactly Iran is in their manufacturing of a nuclear weapon. So that's the problem, is that there's no way that you can confirm, because they keep these nuclear plants and where they build all these bombs and do all that kind of stuff. They're like way underground, and they're in mountains and stuff. So it's impossible to tell where they are, which means that you've got to literally trust Iran to tell the truth. And they're not going to. 525, Nashville's Morning News, and Joan Jones is in the WTN Newsroom. Joan, what's coming up?
So, names and faces. DHS releases new information about those violent criminals now detained after Nashville traffic stops. That's coming up here at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning. It's now 5:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There's an outage this morning. Traffic lights out in Mount Juliet. It's because of a tractor trailer that hit a utility pole and brought down the wires. So the area is Volunteer Boulevard between Athletes Way and Rutland Drive. That's where the truck landed, and the area that's closed off this morning. It appears that the traffic light is out at Golden Bear Gateway at Volunteer Boulevard. Careful as you're traveling this morning. The Department of Homeland Security putting names and faces now to 5 of the most dangerous illegal criminals that were scooped up in the ICE traffic stops in Nashville.
One of these men is a registered sex offender. Another is affiliated with the MS-13 gang and is wanted for aggravated murder out of El Salvador. 2 of the men have prior criminal convictions for drugs and another for aggravated assault.
That's Channel 4's Alexandria Adams. Now, in its announcement, DHS said that despite the joint operation's success protecting Americans, Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell stands by pro-illegal policies, claiming that these operations were done by, quote, people who do not share our values of safety. Meantime, the Laverne Police Department is holding a town hall meeting next week to talk about the immigration policies that'll happen a week from today, so next Wednesday, at the Laverne Community Church on Old Nashville Highway. It'll start at 6 p.m. We are learning more about the Nashville Rescue Mission employee who's recovering now from being shot nearly a dozen times on Sunday. The mission's president and CEO, Glenn Cranfield, tells WTN's Matt Murphy show it's a miracle that Cedric Wilson survived.
Cedric was in surgery for 11 hours for the for 3 hours for the 11 gunshot wounds. They stopped the bleeding, and miraculously, Matt, no organs were damaged from the shooting. 11 shots.
Oh, wow.
Hitting absolutely 0 organs.
Wow. Cranfield says that the mission has met with Wilson's fiance and his 3 teenage sons to determine how to help them during his recovery. Wilson was shot by Tadarius Hunt, if you remember this story, and police shot and killed him on Monday after police say that Hunt fired on them first. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Let's start off with the fog this morning. There is a dense fog advisory for the current area especially around BNA this morning. There are quite a few incidents happening here. 24, the eastbound side in Cedar Hill. There's a crash just past Maxey Road. You've got traffic lights out in Mount Juliet this morning because of a downed pole. It came in contact with a semi-truck. Or the truck came in contact with the pole, brought some lines down. So you've got the traffic lights out at Golden Bear Gateway at Volunteer Boulevard, and police are out there directing traffic. There's also a closure on Volunteer Boulevard between Athletes Way and Rutland Drive while they're working to clean that up. You also have a stalled out semi in Madison. This is on 65 in the southbound lanes past Dickerson Pike, exit 90A, and a crash as well in South Side, 40 westbound before Fessler's Lane. Lots of stuff and some fog. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.538, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Lots of traffic accidents today, Joan.
Yeah, it could be because of the fog. Who knows? But yeah,
Sure.
Lots of stuff going on, especially in your neck of the woods out there in
Mount Juliet.
way yonder, Mount Juliet. Yeah.
It's not Juliet, it's Juliet.
Oh, sorry.
Come on, man. You know, can I just tell you, Joan and KGB, do you because we are always mired in the news.
Yeah. Yes.
Do you have a hobby that you have to take your mind off of the news?
I do.
What is it?
As you know, I love gardening.
Yes.
And I bring you all the goodies from my garden I did last year. So, yes, I have a garden that takes up my time, and I love it.
You know the great thing about what you brought from your garden is I was able to sell it down on Broadway.
Stop it. You showed me pictures of you cooking.
It's a joke.
Ha. And I'm a mad crocheter.
A crocheter.
I crochet.
So you make crocheting stuff?
I make
Okay, you're crafty.
blankets and toys and stuff.
Crafty Philly Joan. KGB, what about you, real quick?
Golf or video games? Depends on the weather.
Okay.
I golf too, yeah.
I've decided to take up coin collecting because
Okay.
I think
Wait.
the change will do me good.
Hold on.
That's a long way to go for that,
Yeah,
wasn't
it
it?
sure was.
Was that a long way to go for that?
Yeah.
See, the best thing is I didn't even tell you guys that I was going to do a bad joke.
Right?
By the way, somebody came up to me yesterday at this sixth grade. We went to go check out Riker's new school, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, middle school.
Is
Yeah.
open house?
And somebody said, yeah, kind of like an open house. Somebody said they like my stupid sense of humor.
Well, at least one person does.
There's always that
Was that
one,
your wife?
isn't
So
there?
That gave you incentive to bring that joke to the air today?
Absolutely.
Does your
Who is
wife?
that person?
Does your wife like your sense of humor, or is she just like?
Can I
us?
just be honest? I'm trying to figure out what my wife actually likes about me these days, period. So, hey, moving right along.
Depressing.
Did you see the Murphy show shaved off his beard?
So I didn't see him because I was listening yesterday online instead of watching YouTube. I didn't see it. What do you think?
So,
I gotta look this up.
number one, he tried to get me to shave off my beard in solidarity, which ain't going to happen.
He looks like
Good.
a different person.
He does. He looks like a different person.
And where are you looking?
On the YouTube channel.
On YouTube.
The thumbnail on YouTube is his shaveless face, and I'm not comfortable with it. I think
everybody wants him to grow it back. Do you know what I think? I've heard this, Joan.
Yeah.
And you tell me if this is true or not. That beards for men are just like a push-up bra for women. It makes us look better. Now, I'm not the one that has said that. I'm not the one that said that. Other people have said that to me, especially after I grew my beard.
I've heard the same thing. People prefer me with a beard over not.
Yeah. So do you believe that there is a correlation like between those two things, Joan?
I guess that's it's a weird comparison.
I've heard it. That's not mine.
Okay.
I've heard it.
Okay. I think so for Matt, it gives him a baby face.
Yeah.
Which doesn't match, that fire that he brings on the air. Like, you know what I mean?
I actually have a better comparison. It's kind of like makeup on women. That's beard for guys.
Okay.
It hides our.
It's just something on your face that just makes you like it's kind of like something that makes you feel better about yourself. Honestly,
I wish I could grow a beard on my nose.
What?
No. Every morning, like I'm 57 years old, I still get acne, and do you know where I get it? Right on my honker, right on my nose. Every morning, it drives me nuts.
I used to get blackheads on my nose, but I took Accutane as a teenager. Remember what Accutane was? Like,
I took it.
It worked like a charm. Like I still get it with ingrown hairs and stuff like that, but overall my face is pretty clear. And I did have to take blood every month because they were always worried about it because one person committed suicide while on Accutane and they went, "Oh, that's the connection," but that was a stupid reason.
Dan, you just need to powder your nose because it's you
we gotta
have
get
red
a makeup
nose.
chair.
You have Rudolph nose.
Oh
wow!
Look,
ouch!
Tell me I'm not. Look.
So do we have to get Dan
Rudolph
like a makeup chair before
Your
going on
nose
the air?
is red. I'm going to come in there with some powder for you.
How about no? How about you stay far away?
A YouTube exclusive.
Separated.
Come on.
Did you do what I think you just did?
2 panes of glass were separated by.
Did you close up on my nose, KGB, on YouTube?
I can, but I won't.
Don't.
That's too much work.
Like, seriously. All right, moving right along. But if anybody can figure out how to grow a beard on the nose, you just let me know.
Gotta say, I don't think your wife. You have to ask your wife first before even thinking about that.
The book by Jake Tapper is going to be out on May 20th.
It's just called The Book?
So it's called Original Sin.
Oh.
Now, people are reacting to what's in it. We're getting like the reviews and all that kind of stuff, the previews. So people are reacting to a number of different things. Number one is Joe Biden did not recognize George Clooney at the fundraiser. Do you remember? That was it. That was that moment.
That's what sent everyone over the edge.
As soon as Biden arrived, Clooney saw him and had a knot in his stomach while watching the president take small steps and shuffle around greeting donors. The New Yorker's excerpt said. Tapper and Jake Thompson, I forget his first name, reported that when Biden reached Clooney, he appeared not to recognize the actor, who is a longtime friend of Biden's and was hosting the fundraiser. "Thank you for being here," Biden said to Clooney, per the excerpt. The greeting prompted Biden's aide, who was standing next to him, say, "You know George," even though it was clearly evident that Joe Biden did not recognize George Clooney. Yeah, Biden said, according to the book. "Thank you for being here." George Clooney, the aide specified. "Oh, yeah," Biden said. "Hi, George." The interaction left George Clooney shaken to his core, Tapper and Thompson wrote. Now, CNN had a panel. A guy on the left, a podcaster named Van Latham, said this. He was there.
I was actually at the fundraiser that he was there with President Obama and with Jimmy Kimmel. And it was obvious that something was wrong. And when the average people made that observation, they were told over and over and over by political establishment that something was wrong with their eyes. Look, for the infrastructure of the party, your girl goes through your text messages. It's better when all the information is out. You're in a better situation when everything is on the table. You know how you done messed up. You guys can begin the healing. Just begin the healing and get over it. Obviously, there was some deception, but you have to move past it now. But nobody was fooled once they put eyes on it.
Can I ask a question, though? I would ask this question of this guy, Van Latham, is, okay, so what did you do?
Yeah.
Right? Were you thinking the same thing, Joan?
Yes, it was.
Kept saying sharp as a tack. Kept lying.
That's the thing, is all of these people.
How annoying was it when you kept hearing that phrase, sharp as a tack? Because they that was their battle cry.
It was.
For good,
sharp
for
as a
goodness
tack.
sakes.
So
the Joe Scarborough. F
Oh,
you if you.
The cogent, he's more than cogent.
This is the best
Rant.
Joe Biden he's ever
Yeah.
seen. The
Oh my
best
God.
version
best
of Joe
version
Biden.
of
And
Joe
F
Biden.
you if you don't agree.
Yeah.
Do you think he was so jaded or just so TDS that he just truly tried to believe it himself?
I just don't know how the man still has a job, Joe Scarborough. Like, how does anybody... But see, here's the thing. This is why Democrats keep getting reelected. Because if Joe Scarborough, after all that he said and all that he did in defending Joe Biden and castigating anyone who had anything negative to say about Joe Biden's cognitive decline, he told those people to F off. How does Joe Scarborough still have a job?
Yeah.
Like, the Democrat Party, like, nobody is ever held accountable.
Well, Joy Reid had a job for a decade, so there goes that theory of like it's
Well-
not about anything. It's just about baiting the audience.
And here's the other thing. I am all for moving forward. Like, I totally get that. But here's the thing. Here's the problem. The problem is that the same people that lied to the American people are still in charge of the party today.
Yep.
Or at least incredibly involved, right? You've
Chuck Schumer.
You've got Chuck Schumer.
Yeah.
You've got Nancy Pelosi. You've got Hakeem Jeffries, among others. Kamala Harris. You can't tell me Kamala didn't know what the heck was going on.
goodness.
Of course she did.
Speaking of Chuck Schumer, I've got to get this in. So he was asked by, is it Cassie or Casey? Whatever.
I think it's Cassie.
Cassie Hunt on CNN. She asked him a question regarding, he's got a book out, and she asked him a question about Joe Biden's cognitive decline.
You were in there, you saw him up close and personal. Did you really not have any idea that he was not fit to serve a second term?
Casey, we're looking forward. We have the largest Medicaid cut in front of us. We have the whole
Right, but
federal
you're
government
facing all
at
of this
risk.
because you lost a presidential election. And is
Look.
that not Joe Biden's responsibility for deciding to run again?
We're looking forward.
Wow.
That's it?
That's it.
Unbelievable.
Dodging
Yeah.
a bullet like the Matrix.
I mean, this is...
We're looking forward.
That's it?
That's it.
We got
I mean,
new-
just... And he's got that look on his face where it's like that devilish kind of grin, and he just was not going to play. He was not going to answer the question. And I don't know how you... Can I just say this? I don't know how you move forward, Joan, with all the same people in the party.
You can't. And the new people in the party, like David Hogue or Hogg, whatever you want to, however you want to say his name, he brought the perspective and he brought the fire, and they fired him. Like, honestly, where do you go from here if you can't even have people point out that things are wrong with the Democratic Party?
Right. That's the whole thing.
They're so afraid of it.
they just
mean-
don't want to lose their piggy bank.
All those people that said that Joe Biden was sharp as a tack. I
Yeah.
do wonder, though, maybe they meant the thumb side of the tack.
There you go, Dan.
Thank you, Terry.
It's the colorful one, so he gets distracted by them.
You know what I like? I like people are sending me jokes now because they know that I'm dumb enough to read them. Anyway.
He's cataloging all of them. So
By the way,
he has one a day.
By the way, let's not forget.
We're looking forward.
That's it?
That's it.
I mean, that is so unbelievably classic.
Lame.
But see, here's the thing. Will the American people, will they hold this against the Democrats in the midterms, or are the Republicans going to shank this so badly that you're going to have a lot of Republicans, as I've been predicting, are going to say, you know what, screw it. You're not helping Donald Trump. You're not codifying or codifying these things that Trump has executive ordered. We're out. And that's going to leave the rabid leftists who hate Donald Trump and hate conservatives so badly that they will come back and vote the Democrats back into the majority in the House of Representatives, despite the fact that they lied and they lied and they lied and they lied again.
We're looking forward.
That's it?
That's it.
don't
What's
know.
more cringe, that or when he cooked a raw burger with cheese on it, or when he was chanting "We will win"? Like, remember after Trump won, that cringy "We will win," and then he just kept changing
No,
the chant.
I remember.
Those are three
There was
cringy things.
the what was it, Joan? Gorsuch, you're gonna
Yeah,
feel
the whirlwind.
The whirlwind. That's what
Yes.
it was. You're gonna feel the whirlwind, Gorsuch.
The whirlwind.
Threatening Gorsuch, threatening him
Yeah, and
openly with
and
no
Kavanaugh
scrutiny.
and Kavanaugh too.
Yep.
And then the dude showed up at Kavanaugh's house.
Oh yeah, he said he'll pay a price, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
And then a guy came trying to kill him, and he goes, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, guys, a little much." It's like, well, yeah. Jeez. And then there was like, that's the same thing with the guy from the Lincoln Project. Someone needs to put a bullet in Donald Trump, and then when it happens, people are like, "Whoa, we never said that."
You actually did. Let's go to the tape.
Yeah, we have proof.
So yeah, I mean this whole. I mean I haven't even touched this, like scratched the surface of what is in this book. I've got a lot more. I'll do it in the 6, and I'm going to ask Brian Wilson his opinion on what we're hearing in this book as well. And the reason why this is important is because I know that there's a lot of Democrats that want this story to go away. But the reason, I am so angry.
Why?
What happened?
The reason why this story is important is because the same people are still in charge, and the media is still the same media that are now trying to cover their tracks.
Yes.
Pete Rose.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
so what
want
do
to
you
tell
feel about
Major
this?
League Baseball to go F themselves.
Yeah, that ticked me off too.
Go Major League Baseball, go F yourselves. Pete Rose lobbied for years decades to get back into the Major League Baseball so
They
that he
waited
would
till
be
he was
eligible
dead.
for the Hall
Yeah.
of Fame. They intentionally did it after he passed away. What's he been dead, like what, 6 months?
It hasn't been a year. And then they put in Shoeless Joe Jackson eligible as well, just to like try to like brush off, oh, it's not just Rose, we're doing Shoeless Joe as well. It's like, no, you're doing this to like almost get at the guy from the grave. I don't know how else to describe it.
What would be the goal of waiting until he's gone?
Not to give
him the satisfaction.
Not to give him the satisfaction.
Okay.
We were both thinking the exact same thing, too.
You know the story, Rose?
I do, yeah.
Joan, about Pete Rose?
Yeah, it's a stupid. He didn't bet on his own games, did he?
He didn't bet on his own games. And that's the whole point. I do understand why Major League Baseball did what they did, but he never bet against the Reds. That's the other thing.
He never threw a game. That's the crucial part.
Yeah, he never threw a game. So I don't know. I mean, I'm conflicted on it because I don't like what he did, because anytime you're trying to hide something, you're covering something up. But at the same time, I mean, everybody kind of knew that eventually they would allow him into the Hall of Fame because he's one of the greatest hitters of all time.
He still has the most hits ever.
He's still the hit king.
You applied this saying to another story today, so I'm going to bring it back on you.
Mm-hmm.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Yeah, you know what? Joan Jones, everybody. There you go.
I don't know.
Remind me not to bring up any stories with Joan.
Yeah.
She'll throw my
She's
past comments
She's got a
at
good
me.
memory.
She's a woman. You know.
I remember the things I want to.
I wish you'd forget some of the things that I need you to forget. You and others in my life. Hey, 5:54. Joan, what's coming up in the news?
So DHS has nothing good to say about Mayor Freddie O'Connell's support of violent gang members who were detained in Nashville traffic stops. I'll bring you their words. Also, it's being called a miracle what happened to that Nashville Rescue Mission employee who was shot 11 times. Got those stories coming up here at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:59, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. All right, Joan.
Yes.
So I got Brian Wilson coming up at 7.
Yeah.
Should I throw down that change joke on Brian to see if he laughs? Because I know that I'm going to do it at 8:35 with Chris Hand.
Wow. Yeah, okay.
But I can weave it in with like Brian's retirement and everything.
Yeah.
And I could just see if he laughs.
Yeah. Go for it, Dan.
Nobody tell him what I'm going to do, though. See, that's the problem, is that people are going to be like,
Well, hopefully he's not listening right now and knows what you're going to do.
Brian's retired. He's not even up. Brian gets up at, what do you think, KGB? Brian gets up at like, the hits at like 7:06. Brian's up at like 7:02.
Oh.
Right?
In his
Right?
defense, I do hear him rumbling around at like 6:30. I think he turns on everything and then goes back to bed.
I think Dawn turns it on for him.
Oh, that could be it.
If
I don't hear a voice. It could very well be her.
Moving right along, it is 6 o'clock
Man.
on
You are
Nashville's
so in trouble.
Morning News on WTN.
Good morning, 6 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We do have quite a bit of fog this morning, in a dense fog advisory now until 8 o'clock for the area, especially around the airport this morning. Be advised that you have low visibility on the roadways, and it may be causing some of the accidents that we are seeing this morning already. 24 eastbound, a crash on in Center Hill, make that Cedar Hill at Maxey Road. Then a crash on 40 westbound before Fessler's Lane. That's a jackknife tractor trailer that is now off the road. Got a stalled out semi on 65 southbound at Dickerson Pike, and the left lane there is blocked off. And we'll have more in traffic and weather coming up right after the news. And we begin with an update on the joint operation between ICE and the Tennessee Highway Patrol, which has now resulted in the arrest of 196 people who are in the country and in Nashville illegally. The Department of Homeland Security saying 95 of them have prior criminal convictions and pending charges, and 31 were previously deported but have re-entered the U.S. illegally. And in the statement, DHS Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin also said, quote, "You would think that all public officials would unite around DHS bringing violent criminal illegal aliens to justice and removing them from American communities. However, pro-open border politicians like Mayor O'Connell would rather protect illegal aliens than American citizens." Well, she also said demonization of ICE has resulted in officers facing a 413% increase in assaults. We are learning more about the Nashville Rescue Mission employee who was shot Sunday afternoon in the parking lot after his shift. President and CEO Glenn Cranfield telling WTN's Matt Murphy show they're working on ways that the community might be able to help Cedric Wilson during this difficult time.
This is tangible, meaningful ways in which you can help Cedric and his family. He has 3 kids. They're the 3 teenagers, and visit with his fiance today, and they're just overwhelmed with the support and the prayers of everybody involved in this. And so just stay tuned. We'll be happy to share that with you.
Cedric Wilson was in surgery for 3 hours for the 11 gunshot wounds he suffered. Miraculously, none of the bullets hit any of his organs. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
At a U.S.-Saudi investment forum in Riyadh, President Trump announcing Saudi Arabia will invest $600 billion in a series of deals with the United States, including more than $140 billion in defense sales. Big layoffs at Microsoft, the company letting about 6,000 workers go on Tuesday, nearly 3% of its entire workforce, with a focus on managers. Nearly 2,000 of the job cuts tied to Microsoft's Redmond headquarters. The company shifting its spending to artificial intelligence. With the average new car costing more than $47,000, lots of people were paying attention when startup Slate Auto announced it would be selling a no-frills electric pickup truck for $25,000. Just 2 weeks after the announcement, more than 100,000 people have already made a reservation with the company. With the standard battery, it travels around 150 miles on a charge, helping keep the price low. Hand crank windows and a sparse dashboard with no radio, navigation systems, or touch screens. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Hand crank windows. Wow. Dow futures this morning are down 13 points. The NASDAQ futures are plus 10. We've got S&P futures down 1 point. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, a big mess on the roads this morning. A crash on 24, the eastbound side, right before Springfield Ashland City exit, number 24. And it's stop and go up to that point. A lot of delay behind it. South side 40 westbound before Fessler's Lane, exit 212, a jackknife tractor trailer, and it's blocking off the right lane. Madison, I-65 southbound at Dickerson Pike, you've got a stalled out semi. And the HOV lane in that place is blocked out this morning. Now, in Mount Juliet, it's a problem because of a tractor trailer that struck a pole. A utility pole brought down the lines there. By the way, that was an Amazon delivery truck, so somebody's not getting packages today. Power is out in that area. You've got police directing traffic, and the area of Volunteer Boulevard between Athletes Way and Rutland Road or Rutland Drive, that's closed down while they're cleaning that up this morning. And a dense fog advisory going on until 8 o'clock this morning. So be careful as you're traveling. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.608 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Freddie O'Connell. Doggone it. You know, I meant to do something. KGB, could you see if you could find me a really good, clear sound effect of handcuffs? Because I want to maybe see if people actually want Freddie O'Connell to be arrested for violating immigration law. Now, I'm not calling for that, but all I'm saying is that there are some people that are. Now, there's some new reaction and information to the ICE pickups. Joan's been talking about it here in Nashville. Let me just go through some of this. This is one of the headlines. Immigration advocates claim racial profiling as ICE and THP detain dozens in Nashville traffic stop operation. So that was the headline from Channel 5. Tennessee, because this is all about the immigration rights people, has, you know, for them, it's like a dirty word to say that they are illegal aliens. The migrants, according to some of these activists. A Tennessee immigrant rights organization is challenging claims by Immigration and Customs Enforcement and the Tennessee Highway Patrol about a joint operation that has resulted in numerous detentions in Nashville. The Tennessee Immigrant and Refugee Rights Coalition alleges the agencies are targeting Hispanic and Latino communities rather than solely focusing on public safety threats. Well, we can talk about that, and we will in a second. But if they're looking for criminals and they're looking for illegal aliens, then yeah, they're targeting criminal illegal aliens and the places they hang out.
A child sex trafficker has been caught, a gang member, multiple felons. These people don't need to be in our backyard. And these kinds of efforts will help remove them.
Yeah, that of course, Governor Lee talking about who has been caught. But wait, there's more. There's a lot more. So you're always going to have these organizations, the immigrants' rights organizations, and realize that these organizations get millions of dollars to protect these illegal aliens. They get millions of dollars to be able to say, oh, these are immigrants. These are migrants, not illegal aliens. Well, they are illegal aliens. And this particular organization got $3 million over the last several years to do just that. So when you start targeting the illegal alien gang members and the criminals, then guess what happens? Then their money dries up. So that's part of what's going on here. That's part of the dynamic. But that was the governor. I just played the audio for you, Governor Lee, talking about who has been caught. But here's the deal. We do have more information now on these guys. Jassim Jafef al-Rash has a criminal history of rape convictions. Also larceny and false imprisonment. He had also been ordered for final removal back in 2021. Franklin Oswaldo Velasquez. This is one of the guys from MS-13. He had an active case in El Salvador for, wait for it, aggravated murder, meth, and a whole lot more. Inmar Antonio Pinado Membrano, whatever, El Salvador, past convictions for cocaine manufacturing and selling, another conviction for aggravated assault. And then there's another guy, Richard Baptiste, 36-year-old Haitian, meth charges, was going to distribute. Another dude, 39-year-old Carlos Rodriguez, he's from Guatemala, and he is guilty of aggravated assault. Also, you add that into the mix, the Tren de Aragua gang members as well, the others that were charged with child sexual assault, and so on. I mean, listen, you've got a lot of bad hombres. This is from Channel 5.
Immigrant rights groups here locally say ICE has a significant record of misrepresenting the truth.
ICE and THP officials say they are working together to detain those who threaten public safety. But a local nonprofit is coming out against those claims, saying they are simply targeting the Hispanic and Latino communities.
We have never seen anything like this.
Well, you know, I'm going to mention yet again, because we have some of these folks from the Metro City Council who keep saying the same thing. I think Mayor O'Connell himself actually said, well, we've never seen this before. Well, it's because we haven't seen this number of illegal aliens in our country before or in Tennessee. And that is courtesy of their party, the Democrat Party. So now, yeah, it is. We've got a whole bunch of criminals, illegal alien criminals, that are in our state and in our city. So yes, it is time to get to work. The Department of Homeland Security reported that 95, and Joan, let's make sure our numbers jibe.
Okay.
Department of Homeland Security, this is what I read this morning, 95 of those arrested had prior convictions. 31 were previously removed from the country and re-entered illegally. That's what I'm seeing.
That's what I reported this morning as well. Yep.
Very good. By the way, this
We
organization... We jive. We jive and jibe. So the organization is called the Tennessee Immigrant and Refugee Rights Coalition. So nowhere in there do they talk about how these are illegal aliens or gang members or people that have been convicted for cocaine and meth and assault and murder and MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. And by the way, they're also against any legislation that would restrict illegal immigration. And again, going back to one of my original points, do you know that these folks, the Tennessee Immigrant and Refugee Rights Coalition, $3 million. They received $3 million in federal grants. And you know that they've donated money to help illegals? That's right. So basically, this is an organization that takes your tax dollars through grants and uses them to fund illegal immigration.
They are kidnapping our people off the street based on nothing but the color of their skin.
Okay, well, again, 95 of those arrested had prior convictions, and 31 were previously removed from the country and re-entered illegally. So I love how this woman from the Tennessee Immigrant and Refugee Rights Coalition, she says, oh, ICE is so untruthful. They've been known to be untruthful about the people that they arrest or the people that they pick up.
They are kidnapping our people off the street based on nothing but the color of their skin.
It seems to me like she is the one that is being untruthful. Am I right on that? Yes, I am right on that, as a matter of fact. Oh, but the line continues from Channel 5. Details straight ahead. 6:15, time to check the roads on WTN. All right, very good. As far as your weather for today, weather a high of 84, mostly cloudy. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So the pro-illegal immigration people, you know, whether it is the Tennessee Immigrant and Refugee Rights Coalition or any of these non-for-profits that are protecting illegal aliens, they're lying in a number of different ways. Number one is they're lying because they call them migrants as opposed to illegal aliens. That's number one. And number two, they're lying when they say that ICE is picking these folks up just based on the color of their skin, when the reality is that 95 of those arrested had those prior convictions. 31 were previously removed from the country and re-entered illegally. Joan, did you tell me there's some sort of a mass that happened last night?
Oh, I'm not sure if it happened last night or if it's going to happen. So I will try to find that.
So there is some sort of a mass that is going on.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what's so funny, though? Is that you would think that these folks, whether it is Freddie O'Connell or Ginny Welch or Afton Bain or any of these folks, could they at the very least, give us something and say, you know, when it comes to convicted child predators or illegal aliens who manufacture cocaine and meth, just at the very least, tell us that you are against them being in our city. They won't even do that.
Nope.
Afton Bain and Ginny Welch, Afton Bain, a state representative, Ginny Welch, Metro Council, and others, Freddie O'Connell, they won't even give us that. That's the crazy part. You know, you would think that maybe we could all come together and say, okay, we don't want the guys who have been in here attacking children, raping women, or murdering people. We can all agree that we don't want them in our city. They won't even say that. That's the crazy part about this whole thing. And I don't know if it's because they believe that if they admit that there are people in here that have done those things in their own country or perhaps here, then their entire argument is deflated. I don't know if that's why we can't, have a simple agreement. I mean, I would ask any of these folks from the state legislature or from the mayor's office if he would come on this show. Can we at least agree that these are the people we don't want in our city? And would you agree that those are the people that truly need to be picked up and deported? But Channel 5, they focus on this soundbite.
Among those stopped on Monday was Ingrid Martinez's mother.
I didn't know that after 5 minutes of barely being with her, I wasn't going to be able to see her anymore.
Ingrid says her mom was taken to Louisiana just 1 hour later.
Serves a church. She takes care of her grandkids, so I don't know how she can be seen as a criminal.
So I don't know. They didn't use the grandmother's actual name, so people couldn't look up and see if she has been busted for anything. I don't know. But remember what I told you, friends. Remember when I said that you're going to hear sob stories, heartbreaking stories, real tear-jerkers of people picked up off the streets. Innocent people, grandmothers, and so forth. But again, they didn't tell us the name of Ingrid Martinez's mother, but clearly there was a reason that she was picked up. Now, in this piece from Channel 5, they didn't talk about all of those people that I mentioned. Yassim Jafef al-Rash, criminal history of rape convictions, and so forth. They didn't tell you any of that. They did have the blanket statement from Governor Lee when he said,
a child sex trafficker has been caught, a gang member, multiple felons. These people don't need to be in our backyard, and these kinds of efforts will help remove them.
All right, so anyway, at least they did include that. And in fairness to Channel 5, they did on their website also have a story regarding all of these bad guys that have been in our country, that have been allowed into our country by the Democrat Party. More, by the way, from the Tennessee Immigrant and Refugee Rights Coalition.
Any Tennessean who cares about families, about safety, about our state, and about belonging should be deeply alarmed and concerned about the lack of due process and violations of our most fundamental constitutional rights.
Right. Have you noticed, Joan, this new word, the new Democrat buzzword?
Belonging.
Belonging. Have you noticed that all of a sudden belonging is everywhere? Now, do you know what belonging actually means?
Well, why don't you tell me, Dan?
Funny you should ask, Joan. Belonging is the profound human need to feel accepted, valued, and connected within a group, community, or relationship. It goes beyond mere inclusion. While inclusion means being part of something, belonging adds the emotional layer of feeling genuinely appreciated for who you are without needing to change or conform.
Where are you reading that from?
It's about being seen, heard, and embraced in a space where your identity, experiences, and contributions matter.
Belonging.
I got that off the internet.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was on a whole bunch of buzzwordy kind of.
Well, yeah, I was going to say it sounds very
buzzwordy.
Buzzwordy.
The funny thing is that, okay, so let's apply belonging to the guy, Richard Baptiste, Haitian, meth charges. He was going to distribute it. Let's talk about the belonging of Franklin Oswaldo Velasquez, MS-13, had an active case in El Salvador for aggravated murder, meth, and more. So if the Democrats and Mayor Freddie O'Connell and Ginny Welch and Afton Bain and all of these folks on the left, if they want to have some belonging with these folks, well, then they can go right on ahead. But you know what? ICE is going to do their job. ICE needs to do their job, and ICE has to do their job to keep our city streets safe. 624 on Nashville's Morning News. Now, Joan really does belong here on Nashville's Morning News.
I have a sense of belonging.
You have a sense of belonging
right here
in the state of Tennessee.
Yes.
In the dust-encrusted news corner.
In the dust-encrusted news corner.
Very comfy back here.
Mm-hmm. What's coming up?
President Trump's big announcement in Qatar this morning, and it is about airplanes, but it's not about the airplane. I'll tell you what he's talking about. Also, police right now on the scene of an active murder investigation near a local university. That's all coming up here at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.624 Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mendes here with a question for you. If your roof was destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know, you really do need to ask, because some insurance companies, they simply refuse to pay full replacement cost. That's right. They're deducting money for an older roof, and this means that the insurance company will depreciate how much they pay for your roof claim. If it's an older roof, they're going to pay you less, and that could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. You've heard me talking about King & Associates Insurance for a long time. They will pay full replacement cost. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they will pay for it to be replaced, period. It is that kind of focus on customer service that makes King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around. Call them at 615-329-8121, 615-329-8121. Get your royal review, tkinginsurance.com. .627, Dan Mendes here from my window company, Window Nation. Now, I endorse these folks because they did great work for me. Now, if you've got old and inefficient windows, it is time to upgrade with Window Nation. You know, they were ranked highest on Forbes' list of best window installers. Now, this is my window company. They put new windows in my basement studio, my kitchen, and my bedroom as well. Now, they look fantastic. They will do the same thing for you. These are great windows made in the USA. Right now, a great deal for listeners to my show. You buy 4 windows, you're going to get 4 additional windows absolutely free, plus no payments or interest until 2027. Great deal from Window Nation. They've got a 96% satisfaction rating, over 20,000 5-star reviews. Don't forget that great deal. You buy 4 windows. You get 4 additional windows absolutely free, plus no payments or interest until 2027. 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, windownation.com. 6:29, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. News with Joan Jones is coming up next. And Joan, the Democrats, they're really sounding the alarm. On that whole plane thing from Qatar.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Did you get the joke?
Sounding the alarm. Is there?
That's a Fantasy Island joke. Did you not watch Fantasy Island as a kid?
I did.
That's Tattoo.
The plane.
That's what the Democrats are doing. They're screaming about the plane. From Qatar.
Okay. Boy, that was funny, Dan. Phew.
Moving right along. 6:30 on WTN.
Good morning, 6:30 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got a lot of problems on the roads this morning. Want to tell you first that there is a dense fog advisory. You may need a few extra minutes. Then you've got a truck down in Mount Juliet this morning. It's a tractor-trailer truck that brought down some power lines. It's on Volunteer Boulevard between Athletes Way and Rutland Drive. That's closed off. You've got police out there directing traffic because it's taken power away from a number of areas this morning. Keep in mind, you may need some extra time as you travel this morning. Also, 24 eastbound side before Springfield, Ashland City exit in Pleasant View. That is the scene of a crash as well. And then in Brentwood on 65 northbound side past Concord Road, a crash and the HOV lane is blocked off. More on traffic coming up here right after the news. President Trump on his way to Qatar this morning. And when he gets there, he's got another big announcement aimed at boosting American manufacturing. Here is what we have learned from News Nation this morning.
Qatar Airways set to purchase potentially hundreds of Boeing aircraft. And now we are learning, a source familiar here on the ground as we are in Doha, Qatar this evening, saying that they are securing this agreement to purchase around 150 planes from Boeing. That could mean more jobs, thousands of more jobs in America coming. And this is set to be announced when President Donald Trump visits Doha.
Yeah, he'll be there this morning. We've kind of jumped the gun on this one. The order could be for as many as 200 wide-body jets, and it could be worth more than $100 billion. No word, though, if President Trump is going to accept that opulent jet from the Qataris as his new Air Force One. Well, there is a big police presence near Belmont University as police are investigating the death of a young man this morning. Here's WSMV4's Joylyn Bukovac.
They were already in the area around 4:30 this morning responding to reports of shots fired when they noticed a car that had slammed into a tree. When officers went to check it out, they found a man believed to be in his 20s dead in the driver's seat with gunshot wounds.
That crime scene is at 16th Avenue North near Wedgwood. No more prescription fluoride drops or tablets for kids. The FDA has just pulled fluoride off the market, saying studies show it can change a child's gut microbiome, and there is a possible link to low IQ. Fluoride's usually given to kids at high risk of having cavities. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 6:33, Nashville's Morning News. Guys over 40. Listen, guys, if you are running low on energy, maybe you're just feeling off, lowtcenter.com is where you need to go. Get started with testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, and join lots of other guys who are going through the same thing as you. You know, they've got clinics all over Nashville, and they're really easy to get to. You walk in, you see a real medical provider, and you get that energy back. No complicated process, just results. And remember, these treatment plans, they are tailor-made just for you. And you can get treatments at the clinic or you can be treated at home. But either way, you're always going to get the highest quality of care. And right now, you can get a free consultation. And if you qualify, the treatment is covered by most major medical insurance. So reclaim that energy and become you again. And by the way, they can also help with prescription weight loss options as well. So head on over to lowtcenter.com and book your appointment today. That is lowtcenter.com. Simple, quick, and totally worth it. 6:35, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Father's Day is coming up. My friends at Contours, if you're stuck with what to get Dad, because really you're going to get him a tie again, no. Go to Contours, go to contoursllc.com or call them at 615-236-9960 and get dear old Dad a belly buster special for just $99. It is the Father's Day special, but it's not just for dads. I mean, listen, if you're a mom, if you're single, whatever, and you want to look great for the summertime, they can help you. The Belly Buster Special, now they guarantee that you are going to lose 2 inches across the middle, or that treatment is free. And right now, first 10 callers get it $99. That is a huge savings off of that regular price. So call right now, 615-236-9960, whether it is for dear old Dad for Father's Day, if it's for you, if it's for whoever. $99 special right now, 615-236-9960. It's red light technology, the Belly Buster Special. First 10 callers right now, 615-236-9960. Find out what it's all about at their website, contoursllc.com.
Heavy fog this morning in some areas, and there's a dense fog advisory until 8 o'clock this morning, and lots of accidents in Mount Juliet. It's a tractor trailer. It was an Amazon tractor trailer truck that struck a utility pole, and some wires have come down, and it's closed off the roadway on Volunteer Boulevard between Athletes Way and Rutland Drive. Also, you've got police out there in that area directing traffic because the traffic lights are out in a number of spots this morning. Pleasant View, a crash on 24, the eastbound side, before Springfield Ashland City exit. Stop and go traffic up to that spot. Brentwood, 65 northbound side past Concord Road. There is a vehicle crash in the HOV lane, and it's causing quite a delay there as well. And one more, an accident out at the airport this morning on 40 westbound side. It's past Briley Parkway, exit 215. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.639, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 89.7 WTN. Hey, don't forget, Brian Wilson is going to join us in the 7 o'clock hour at about 7:06, and there's a lot that Brian has on his mind. Looking forward to that. We, of course, had some positive numbers yesterday. I love this moment where this was on Jake Tapper. Is that CNN? Whatever. CNN,
yes,
Jake
is.
Tapper.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you very much. National Economic Council, he is Kevin Hassett, and he is on the National Economic Council. And he is talking to Jake Tapper, who clearly, I mean, you ever notice, Joan, when you watch folks on like CNN and there's good, positive news and it bursts everybody's bubble?
Yes.
Well, that's what
it gets sour looking.
That's what Jake Tapper looked like when Kevin Hassett from the National Economic Council was talking about those economic numbers.
Well, when I look at the real hard data, Jake, then one of the things I'm seeing is the core GDP was about 3%. The jobs numbers are very positive. There's lots of wage growth. Capital spending was up 20% in the first quarter, which means that there's a lot of onshoring going on. And I think in addition, we've got something like $5 trillion in hard commitments and a whole bunch more. We got $600 billion more from the Saudis today to create jobs in America, to build businesses in America. And the momentum is super positive. And so the sentiment data is going to catch up with the real data. The real data are strong. And imagine that inflation was down, way down in the CPI report today. And it was a month, April, where we had about 20 billion in tariffs. And the story that everybody's been saying is, those tariffs are going to cause prices to go way up. They're going to harm consumers. But clearly we got the revenue. That's good for treasury rates, and it didn't cause inflation.
So I've seen these numbers thrown about the internet, and it looks right to me, but I mean, we could all quibble over a few things. But gas down 11.8% year over year. Fuel oil down 9.6%. Airfare down 7.9%. This is inflation. Propane, kerosene, and firewood down 5.6%. Public transportation down 5.6%. Energy down 3.7%. Major appliances, they say, down 3.6%. Fresh veggies, 2.9%. Hotels are down 2.3%, and on it goes. So, yeah, obviously the numbers yesterday, very good, better than expected. And we'll see where the whole thing goes. I mean, you couple that with, the victory with China, at least so far, talking about the negotiations with the UK and some of the other things that we've all been reporting on. And, to be perfectly honest, it's not real surprising that the Democrats are sounding the alarm on the stupid plane from Qatar. Will you, by the way, Joan, break in if we find out if Trump is actually going to, like an open house, go into the plane and check it out if it's at the airport? Because I would absolutely love to see that. Now, there's a lot of other things going on. I want to talk a little bit about, and I touched on it yesterday, and I'm going to go into a little bit more detail as we go through the morning. But the whole thing with the Afrikaners, the argument over these 59, and here's the deal. With these 59 white folks from South Africa, this is, I guess, a big controversy for people on the left. Now, a couple of things. Number one is that there's a lot of controversy. There's a lot of history as it relates to these Afrikaners. It's not Afrikaners, it's Afrikaners. And number two is that I find it interesting how you have all of this outrage over these 59 people that Donald Trump is letting in, right? These 59 white people. And you didn't hear a word from these same people when Joe Biden was letting all of these people in from places like Venezuela, from places like China, and all of these other places that, quite frankly, hated America. I mean, we could go on and on about this. And so I think that, again, as I find myself saying more and more, you're kind of defined by what you're outraged over. And you got all these people on the left who are absolutely unhinged with these 59 folks that have come in from South Africa. Now, if you don't know the story, these white families from South Africa have come here because the government has taken their land away, and there's been violence against them or people like them in South Africa. South Africa, of course, majority Black African, and you have some of the white people as well that are or were landowners. Now, the question is, who owns the land? And I've got details straight ahead. 6:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather today, a high of 84, mostly cloudy. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. The Afrikaners, who own the land? Who owns the land? Well, many people in South Africa say the land was stolen during apartheid, but the Afrikaners, or the white South Africans, say this land has been theirs for generations and was acquired legally or through purchase. And the government, they actually passed a law there that where they changed the Constitution to literally take the land away from these landowners, from these farmers that are white, and give it back to those who supposedly owned it before and had it stolen from them. Now, I don't know who's right in this case. It seems to me like it just depends on, that particular plot of land. But I do find it interesting that the people on the left are so incredibly obnoxious about 59 white people from South Africa, when we have seen what their party has caused here in America over the last 4 years. This is a woman on CNN.
If you think about the history of South Africa, it being under an apartheid system, where I think it is 80% of the population that are Black Africans only own 4% of the land. And so 30 plus years ago, the apartheid system ended and they reformed their constitution. And part of that is that the people who are native to that land deserve their rightful land back. That is not what the Afrikaners actually want to have happen, which are the white Africans, and so who are not originally from Africa, who colonized South Africa also. And so that is what they are saying is discrimination.
So here's the deal. The government did actually change the Constitution targeting these white landowners, but they've also been attacked. You've had some of these people murdered by these roaming gangs in South Africa, as the land has been forcibly taken away from these folks. And so again, you have a huge majority in this region of Black Africans, and whites are, very much in the minority, but they're seen as having all the money and the property thanks to apartheid, according to the government. And there's a lot of people that are looking at this and saying, well, this really is about equity. But I totally understand where these farmers are coming from, where they're like, okay, you know what? We're going to go to America where we're not going to be slaughtered for our land, and we're not going to, they're just literally walking away from their land. And so you have all of these people that are saying, well, they're coming here really for no reason at all. There's no genocide happening there or what have you. I really don't know what's going on there. Some people have said there is a genocide going on. Other people have said, no, there isn't. But they're leaving where they live. They're leaving what land and property and farms they have to come to America because either everything is taken away or because they believe that it'll be taken away.
Now, if the Constitution in South Africa is discriminatory, they have their checks and balances in that land, just like we do. And that is for them to. So if the Afrikaners don't actually like the land, they can leave that country.
They are. They're leaving to come here.
No. They can
These refugees are coming here.
They can actually leave and go to where their native land is, which is probably Germany.
Are you against them coming here?
Holland, probably. Holland,
Are you
yes.
against them coming here?
I'm against the hypocrisy of this administration.
No, that's not the question. The question is, are you against them coming here?
If there was actually a genocide happening, like there is in other places in Sudan, in the Congo, I'm not opposed for Congolese and for the Sudanese to come to Africa, just like I'm not opposed to Venezuelans and South Americans coming to America if they are fleeing and looking for asylum. What I am
just
against,
these 50 people you're
what
against.
I am against, it's not about being against them. What I am against is that they are being given special treatment when there is not a genocide happening in South Africa, and they just don't like the law of the land.
Well,
so you know what they tell people?
All right, so that was obviously Scott Jennings. And so you have these people that are coming here, waving American flags, and they truly look like they are excited to be Americans. And like it or not, their kind are being killed in Africa, in South Africa. That is what's happening. So now as they flee for their safety and they come to America. Thanks to commentary like that on CNN, we now have people like this.
Good morning. This is for the South Africans who are going to be entering the United States. This is just a public service announcement. I just wanted to make you aware that the Black people who were students during apartheid, we're grandmas and grandpas now, and we have the air of Gen Z. One more thing. I also want to let you know that our president, he has Secret Service, and you will not. I also want to tell you that Black people over here are empowered. These are just public service announcements. When you get here, sit your ass down and don't touch nothing, because you don't have Secret Service. Okay. Now have the day you deserve.
So part of that video.
That was a threat.
That was a threat. And part of that video, you've got to look at it. I posted this on my X feed because she's doing, you know how when people, really annoying people, they smile when they talk?
Yeah.
She's one of those. And
is she somebody notable or is she just somebody?
She's got 2.5 million views on that video. So, and she's threatening these folks that are coming from violence in South Africa. By the way, this is from 0552. You ready? He says, my wife is from South Africa. She moved here 9 years ago. Back then, white farmers were being killed in their fields. They were being set on fire while they were still alive.
Oh, my goodness.
So, yeah, I see why President Trump is trying to help these folks come here. And again, the people on the left, they had absolutely no problem with all of these gang members from Venezuela and El Salvador and Honduras and all of these other places coming into our country, courtesy of Joe Biden, the last 4 years. But let, a few dozen white farmers come here and literally all hell breaks loose. Unbelievable. Anyway, 6:52, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. And Joan Jones is here at the news. Hey, Joan.
Well, hi there. So the DHS, Department of Homeland Security, has a few choice words for Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell. And also, a man in Mount Juliet arrested after a hit and run, a crazy story we'll tell you about here coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.653 on WTN. Dan Mandis here. Mark Spain Real Estate. Listen, preparing to sell your home can be costly and time-consuming. Skip the hassles of a traditional home sale and sell your home stress-free with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You can say goodbye to the stress that comes with showings, open houses, and costly home repairs. My friends at Mark Spain Real Estate will sell your home fast and, yes, for maximum value. If you're thinking about selling your home, you can receive an all-cash guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Yes, all cash. Now listen to what their client Tyra had to say. Thanks to Mark Spain Real Estate, our home had several cash offers within 24 hours of it being on the market, and we closed in less than a month. With their guidance, the transaction was more seamless than we had ever hoped. Now, selling your home is one of the biggest financial decisions you will ever make, so who you work with matters. With over 12,500 five-star reviews, you can trust the top real estate team in the U.S. to sell your home for top dollar. 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD, or go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing. 6:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you being here. By the way, the Super Text line, 615-737-9986. I'm getting a lot of notes from folks who have ties to South Africa. One person, 9223, says, my brother-in-law, he says, is from South Africa. Farms away from cities are attacked and owners are being killed. The farms are being taken over by the blacks there who do not manage well, and food production drops dramatically. Now, that's something that I told you about yesterday, which is, if I remember the stat correctly, don't hold me to this. This isn't a court of law. But I think I read that somewhere around 90% of the farms that are taken away from the white farmers, they end up going belly up because the people who end up taking over the farms, they don't know what to do with them. And so they've got all of this land, but problem is they have no idea how to farm it. And realize a lot of these South African farmers, the white farmers, a lot of these folks have been farming these lands for years. Some of them have been farming these lands and their land for generations. So, yeah, there is, and listen, I'll be the first one to say, I understand that there is some gray area here. There is some murky here. Because we don't necessarily, it just depends on, each individual plot of land. I have no idea. But as it relates to, because people are like, well, we don't care what happens here in America. Well, I understand that, but your president is being attacked. They care about what's going on in America. They don't care what's happening in South Africa. Yeah, but if you're a Trump supporter, then your president, once again, is being attacked. And so you need to know the full story. I'm getting so attacked on the super text line, Joan, because I've utilized the term Qatar. I've used the term Qatar. I'm going both ways. And
Dan
it's
goes
like
both ways.
If I use Qatar, people say you're not saying it right. And so then if I use Qatar, people are saying, "Oh, you're just trying to be fancy." It's like I can't win. I'm going to put the super text line on timeout yet again. All right. It is 7 o'clock. Brian Wilson is coming up next on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Your car doesn't stand a chance if hit by one, and the crash is just the beginning.
Good morning. It is 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A dense fog advisory this morning and lots of accidents on the roadways. We'll detail all of them right after the news. Department of Homeland Security taking a swipe at Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell for his criticism of the ongoing illegal immigration enforcement operation.
Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin stating this operation resulted in getting gang members, sex offenders, and other violent criminals off Nashville streets. And Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell stands by pro-illegal policies, claiming that the enforcement operations were done by people who do not share our values of safety. So here are the latest numbers. ICE says it has arrested 196 illegal immigrants since the weekend before last. Of those 196 arrests, 95 reportedly had prior criminal convictions and pending criminal charges, and 31 were individuals who were previously removed after re-entering the U.S. illegally. Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Metro Nashville police investigating a car that was discovered crashed into a tree near Belmont University early this morning. Now, inside that car, a man behind the wheel who had been shot to death. He is said to be in his 20s, but no ID so far. We'll continue to keep an eye on that story. Mount Juliet, a man is under arrest after running his car into a family who had been walking in the crosswalk on Providence Parkway at the entrance of the Deerfield Apartments. And then that man drove off. The woman and her young child and a baby in a stroller. They were all taken to the hospital. Fortunately, they only had minor injuries. Mount Juliet police say that the suspect was picked up on Belinda Parkway. A short time later, he has not been identified. President Trump continues his three-nation trip to the Middle East, and while in Saudi Arabia yesterday, he talked about improving relations with Syria's new government.
He also said he would be ordering the lifting of sanctions against Syria to, as he put it, give them a chance at greatness. Sanctions have been in place for decades. They've been really crippling for Syria's economy. And there's a lot of concern here in the region that the country will not have a chance to rebuild so long as these sanctions stay in place.
That's ABC's Karen Travers. The president also announcing Saudi Arabia's $600 billion commitment to invest in the U.S. Graphic testimony at the Sean Combs sex trafficking trial yesterday, and it came from his ex-girlfriend, Cassie.
Her testimony was raw. It was emotional. Much of it is too graphic for us to even discuss. And it was probably a little too disgusting for some of the jurors who even appeared to wince as she was talking about what went on in these sexual marathons with male prostitutes. She said she met Sean Combs when she was 19. He signed her to a long-term recording contract with Bad Boy Records, and that enabled him, she said, to take control of her financially.
ABC News senior investigative correspondent Aaron Katursky. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures on the plus side. The Dow futures up 22, NASDAQ futures gaining 73, S&P futures, they're up 13 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, so the dense fog advisory is on for another hour this morning, and it may be contributing to these crashes that we have. We've got in Pleasant View, a crash on 24 eastbound just before exit 24. That's the one for Springfield, Ashland City, and it is slow going as you approach that spot this morning. Now, the traffic lights are out on parts of Mount Juliet this morning because of a tractor-trailer and Amazon truck that slammed into a utility pole and brought down some power lines. Crews are out there. They've got Volunteer Boulevard blocked off, Athletes Way to Rutland Drive, and police out there directing traffic in other intersections because there are no traffic lights. Also, this morning in Tusculum, there is an accident, Haywood Lane at Keeley Drive. That one involves some injuries and a crash taking out the right shoulder in Southside on 40 westbound past Fessler's Lane, exit 212. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into your, is it Wednesday? It is Wednesday, right?
It is Wednesday, yep.
Wednesday, May 14th of 2025. Hope you are doing well. And Brian Wilson joins us. It is Wednesdays with Wilson. Brian, you ever, when you were doing the morning show, you just get a little fuzzy in the head and like, what the hell day is it?
What day is it? No, I found that happens in retirement, though.
I bet
look around, I go, what day is today?
Well, that's exactly right.
But I have an alarm set to make sure I never miss Wilson Wednesday. So.
Oh, isn't that sweet? Yeah, well, as part of Wilson Wednesday, Brian, I've got to ask you if you've heard the Democrats sounding the alarm. On this plane from Qatar. So you've got a whole
Qatar. It's Qatar.
I'm just gonna.
To be honest with you, I mean, this is a long-running debate, but I will say that in Washington, at least in military circles, when they say, I just got back from Qatar.
Yeah.
I mean, you hear that all the time. I've heard presidents use Qatar. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I don't know what the proper is. Is it Qatar? Is it Qatar?
What do you use?
But I go Qatar.
You're going to do Qatar?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just going to say Qatar. Make everybody happy. That's what I'm going to do.
Sounds like you're chopping up somebody's guitar. I don't know.
All right, so talk about this plane.
Well, okay, listen, I have a theory. First of all, you got to realize with Donald Trump, it's not so much what he says, it's what he wants. Okay, so I'll give you an example. 145% trade tariffs on China. Does he really want to impose 145% trade tariffs on China? No. What does he really want? He wants China to come to the table. And so you have to look at not what he does, but what is his end game. And I think with this plane thing, remember, we have two essential Air Force Ones. Air Force One, anytime the president is on an aircraft, it's Air Force One. But he has two of them at his disposal, and that's so that they can keep one in maintenance and one up and running all the time, or that they have a backup most of the time. But they're old. They're 40 years old. And so when he was president last time, he said, we purchased a couple of 747s. I got them on a fire sale. We're gonna reconfigure them, and we'll have new 747s with a brand new shiny what, Dan? Paint job. He wanted a different paint scheme for his 747s. Well, now he comes back and he's being told, well, Mr. President, those 747s, there are some real delays there, and you're not going to be able to get them. I think he says, okay, I'm going to have a plane painted the way I want it painted before I leave this office of presidency, or else. I think his real goal is to get them off dead center on those 747s that are already in process. I think that's what he wants. It's all about him having the new planes that he ordered and that he felt was a good deal, painted the way that he wanted to paint them. As soon as he left office, Biden came in and said, "Oh, we're gonna keep them the way that the other Air Force Ones are. We're not going to paint them up like you want them, Donald, just because that's the way you wanted them."
And Boeing, let's also not forget, and I know you know this, I've heard you talk about it, Boeing has been just terrible at getting these planes done. I mean, they're way, way, way over budget, and also incredibly
and way behind schedule. And this happens with helicopters that presidents fly. This happens, with the planes. It's always been the case. These things take forever. I'm not sure, what can be done to retrofit this plane from Qatar anyway into a workable, functional Air Force One. I mean, one of the things that you don't think about, most Air Force Ones don't come with the ability to refuel air to air. You need that when you're the president of the United States. It's part of our plan because, if God forbid there be some kind of nuclear attack, he's got to get out on Air Force One and he has to stay airborne for a while.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if he doesn't have, the refueling capability, then it's got to go through a major retooling. I don't know what's going to happen with regard to that, but I think it really is more about him trying to goad and embarrass other officials into going ahead and getting those Boeings done in a faster way that are already in process.
Brian, we had some really good numbers yesterday, and inflation not nearly where the Democrats hoped that it would be. What do you think happened?
Well, I mean, this is the big question. I mean, we were told time and time again. Any Democrat that could get a microphone would say, oh, the tariffs are going to increase inflation. It's going to be horrible. We had the lowest inflation in 4 years. Grocery prices down, fuel prices down, consumer prices down across the board in a big way, and it hasn't been this good. The rate of inflation hasn't been this low since 2021. So what happened? Well, it's what we've been telling everybody. Don't freak out, because what you're not hearing from the mainstream media when they talk about, oh, your 401ks and volatility and, this, that, and the other, what they're not telling you is that there are some counterbalancing things going on here that will bring, some prices down. So it's not going to just be, okay, we're going to do tariffs and that's it. We're going to do tariffs, but we're also bringing in more money into the coffers of the government. We're reducing regulation. We are doing everything we can to reduce energy prices. And you've heard me say for many years, nothing ripples through the economy in a good way or a bad way than energy prices. When they're low, it's good. When they're high, it's bad. And right now they're coming down. So, I mean, there are all these things at play that are keeping inflation in check, but he doesn't get any benefit for that. He doesn't get any credit for that. It's not just tariffs. There are other things going on there. And at the end of the day, he's being proven right, and the naysayers who said nothing good about this whole plan that Trump has are having to, eat crow.
All right, coming up, Brian Wilson joining us here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Coming up, it's on
me as a watchdog for government accountability and transparency.
It's an Afton Bain update with Brian Wilson. Coming up next on Super Talk 99.7, time to check the roads. $7:15 as far as your weather goes today, a high of 84 and mostly cloudy. Appreciate you listening. 64 degrees here at WTN. So, Brian, you heard me play this soundbite.
Me as a watchdog for government accountability and transparency.
That is, of course, State Representative Afton Bain talking about how she is a watchdog for government accountability and transparency. Of course, completely silent during the 4 years of Joe Biden. Now she is incredibly angry and frustrated about ICE picking up the bad guys. And this story for the Democrats, Brian, seems to get worse and worse because by the day we find out that the people that ICE picked up, they're actually worse than the Democrats are saying.
Yeah, it's a good case of rope-a-dope, isn't it? I mean, you get out there and defend these people, and then once we'll tell you what they did, and then you're going to look pretty stupid, and I think that has happened. Look, this state rep, she's a piece of work. First of all, she posts on her friend's video account because she can't keep her cell phone charged. So she has to post on her friend's Facebook account on her face. She's out, and she says in the on-camera appearance that she does, she says, we are distracting and delaying ICE. I don't know, distract, delay, to me, that's interference, and that's a violation of federal law. She's skirting perilously close to getting in trouble here because, you're not supposed to be able to interfere with immigration enforcement activities. I mean, and just to watch this video, she's preening, she's slicking back her hair, she's constantly rubbing her eyebrows to make sure that they're all the little hairs.
Where is this video, Brian?
It was the weirdest video.
Can you send it to me? Because I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, it's something else. It is. I'll see if I can find it and send it to you.
Yeah, but
it was really quite the thing.
Brian, this state representative Sandra Sepulveda also did the same thing, where she was live streaming on her Instagram feed, and she's following an ICE van around,
right,
and telling, basically telegraphing where the ICE van is, hoping to warn people that the ICE van might be looking for. I mean, I believe it does sound like they're aiding and abetting these illegal aliens.
Two levels of law here, Dan. There's state law, and I think that when the chief says we don't work with ICE, he is promulgating a policy. And the way I read the law, and I'm no lawyer, but the way I read the state law is that you cannot have a sanctuary city policy, even if you don't call it a sanctuary city. See, they're being clever by talking about how bad this is, but they're not using the term sanctuary city. They think that protects them. And the way I read the law says, well, a sanctuary city policy, if you adopt it, it doesn't matter whether you call it sanctuary city or not. I think they're in trouble there. So I think the mayor is walking a thin line. I think the police chief has stepped in it. I think this state representative have stepped in it, and they're going to find themselves, being brought up on charges one way or the other if they're not careful.
But isn't that, Brian? Do you think isn't that what they want?
Well, if that's what they want, then that's fine. But you cannot interfere with the actions of a law enforcement officer. I don't care who it is. You can't do that. And so if you're interfering, then I think that Tom Homan is right. You got a problem, and we're going to come after you. And I think they will. And if I were these folks in the city, I think I would just sort of back down a little bit on this, because you're defending people who are in many cases indefensible. And then second of all, you may run afoul of state law. See, the thing that city officials forget is it's a red state. Yeah. It may be an island of blue in Nashville, but it's a red state.
Yeah, but Brian,
and they don't remember that.
Brian, though, you used to live in Maryland, right?
Yes.
So you know the plight of Baltimore.
Right.
Where Baltimore, I mean, you probably watched it firsthand disintegrate, and yet the people of Baltimore, they still, and this is true all over the country, they still vote for the Democrat Party.
Yeah. I can't defend it. I don't understand it, but it seems to me that is what is done, that they've just, it's maybe it's TDS. It's like anything he's for, we're going to be against.
John Fetterman.
Yeah, this is interesting, isn't it?
So, yeah, I mean, he's sounding more coherent than ever, and now you have the Democrats that are smearing him and saying that he's losing his mind.
Well, let me get this right. So when Biden was in office, we were told, we could see that he wasn't fine, but we kept being told by Democrats, oh, he's fine. Now we're being told, now that he's out of office, we were going to put him in a wheelchair. That's how bad it was. So, there's that. And now with Fetterman, when he was running, we thought, I don't know if this guy's up to the task of being a senator. And then as he got a little better, and he said he would, and he got better, what we found out was he's more of a moderate than you might imagine. And now the Democrats, not because he's not able to function and do his job, simply because they don't like the positions that he holds, they're now saying he's a problem. So he was not a problem. Now he is a problem, according to the Democrats. It's just the exact opposite of what went on with Trump, with Biden.
Well, speaking of which, I wanted to leave time to play this audio bite for you. Chuck Schumer, of course, all about the book that is coming out and Biden and all that. So, but this is Chuck Schumer on CNN.
You were in there, you saw him up close and personal. Did you really not have any idea that he was not fit to serve a second term?
Casey, we're looking forward. We have the largest Medicaid cut in front of us. We have the whole federal
You're
government
facing all
at
of this
risk.
because you lost a presidential election. And
Look,
is that not Joe Biden's responsibility for deciding to run again?
We're looking forward.
That's it?
That's it.
Pay no attention to everything we've said before.
That's it.
We're moving forward.
Unbelievable. And part of this, and I'll have more on this coming up after the break, but, part of this is that you have all of these Democrats, including Chuck Schumer, that are saying they want to move forward. Well, that's fine. But the problem is all of the people that lied about this are still in power in the Democrat Party. So it's hard to move forward when the people that lied to you and lied to the American people, face no ramifications, no accountability at all for clearly lying.
They're in an echo chamber. They hear from their own people, the hardcore people. They talk among themselves, and they're all on the same pattern, and they just can't believe that this guy is president. They just can't bring themselves to understand how this could possibly be the case. It's TDS. There's no doubt about it. And the fact of the matter is that we now know that certain things were true about Joe Biden that should be very concerning to us, and they really do need to be discussed. I mean, if he wasn't up to the task, thank goodness we didn't find ourselves in a wartime situation.
Right. I mean, you're absolutely right.
Or that there was an attack against the homeland. He simply would not have been up to the task.
Nope. You're absolutely right. All right, Brian, you're retired now, but I did want to ask more of a personal question here. Things get crazy when you sit in this chair, and you need distractions. And so, when you were in this chair, did you have any kind of hobbies or anything to kind of get your mind off of things?
Well, for my hobby has always been guitar.
Yes.
To play guitar, because I find, even though I am never going to be the guitarist that I dream of being, a Nashville level guitarist, I will never be. I just don't have the ability. But I have the desire.
Yes.
And for me, when if it's been a rough day, 15 minutes of playing guitar relaxes me to the point where I sort of let the issues of the day drift away. It's been very therapeutic for me over the years, and I truly love it. I try to play the guitar some every day.
And along those same lines, I've decided, Brian, to take up coin collecting. I thought the change would do me good.
Yeah.
See what I did there?
Well, we went a long way for that. I didn't know what you were saying.
Brian, it's all in the setup.
Yeah.
It's all in the...
Brian, he waited an hour plus to tell you that joke.
So I told that joke in the 5:30.
He's been practicing.
And I said, I'm going to see if Brian will laugh at that joke.
Well, I'll laugh at any good corny joke, but that one's pretty bad, Dan.
But bad in a good way?
He was so excited, Brian. You have no idea.
Listen,
change is going to do you good.
Listen, I can break this out. That's not going to get too old by the end of the day.
Yeah, well, you know me. I have an affinity for the proper sound effect, and that is perfect for the news of the day.
Thank you. Brian Wilson, everybody, and we'll leave it there. Thank you, Brian. We'll talk to you again.
Talk to you later, man.
All right, man. See you later. Brian Wilson. All right, it is 7:25 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, I don't know if you heard, but I got the official seal of approval from one Brian Wilson.
Oh, you did?
I sure did.
It's because he's there and we're here. You know what I mean?
He's in a better mood because he's
a
at home
retired guy.
in his jammies and his slippies and all that other kind of stuff.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Joan, what's coming up?
Names and faces. DHS releases new information about the violent criminals now detained after Nashville traffic stops. Got those stories and more coming up here at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
By the way, Wilson Wednesdays brought to you by the Wellness Institute of Nashville. They make it happen, and they have helped me over the years with my chronic back, neck, and knee pain. Listen, these folks are great. They've been helping people all over Middle Tennessee. I arrived in Tennessee over a decade ago, and I went through spinal decompression therapy for my chronic back pain, and it really did help me a lot. Every once in a while, I need an adjustment, and every once in a while, I do have to go back to see Dr. Mitch at the Wellness Institute of Nashville, where right now they've got a great deal just for you. The Wellness Institute of Nashville, they are offering the Big 47 offer in honor of our 47th President of the United States, 47% off spinal decompression therapy. Now, they utilize the latest high-tech equipment in their state-of-the-art facility to provide effective non-surgical solutions. 615-246-5009. Don't forget the Big 47 offer, 47% off non-surgical spinal decompression. 615-246-5009. Painisbad.com.
Good morning. It's 7:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Still have a big problem this morning in Mount Juliet. It's a tractor trailer that struck a utility pole and brought down power lines. Now you've got police out there, Volunteer Boulevard. They've shut down the roadway, Athletes Way to Rutland Drive, and they're out there also directing traffic around some intersections this morning where the traffic lights have gone dark. Careful as you travel this morning. More on that right after the news. The Department of Homeland Security has put names and faces to 5 of the most dangerous illegal criminals that have been scooped up in the ICE traffic stops.
One of these men is a registered sex offender. Another is affiliated with the MS-13 gang and is wanted for aggravated murder out of El Salvador. 2 of the men have prior criminal convictions for drugs and another for aggravated assault.
That's Channel 4's Alexandria Adams. Now, in its announcement, DHS said that despite the joint operation's success in protecting Americans, Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell stands by pro-illegal policies, claiming that these operations were done by, quote, people who do not share our values of safety. Meantime, the Laverne Police Department is holding a town hall meeting next week to talk about immigration policies. It'll happen 1 week from today. That's next Wednesday at the Laverne Community Church on Old Nashville Highway, starting at 6 p.m. Well, we're learning more about the Nashville Rescue Mission employee recovering from being shot nearly a dozen times on Sunday. The mission's president and CEO, Glenn Cranfield, tells WTN's Matt Murphy show it's a miracle that Cedric Wilson is alive.
Cedric was in surgery for 11 hours for the for 3 hours for the 11 gunshot wounds. They stopped the bleeding, and miraculously, Matt, no organs were damaged from the shooting. 11 shots.
Oh, wow.
Hitting absolutely 0 organs.
Cranfield says that the mission has met with Wilson's fiancée and 3 teenage sons to try to figure out how to help them during his recovery. Wilson was shot by Tadarius Hunt. Police shot and killed him on Monday after saying that Hunt fired on them first. Stock futures this morning on the plus side. Dow futures up 48. We've got NASDAQ futures gaining 75, and the S&P futures are up 14 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Think of Jones, 732, Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here for my carpet cleaning company, Zero Res. I've been a client for years and years, and one big reason is that they really do help my allergies. Now, carpet is the #1 air filter inside your home. It does filter out airborne particulates and pollen and bacteria. You name it, Zero Res is going to filter out the bad stuff so you can keep your filter clean, your carpet. Now, Zero Res does this better than anyone. They don't use any harsh chemicals. They don't use any harsh soaps. Just powered water that leaves behind soft and fluffy carpets. Now, remember, a clean filter means a healthier home. Here in allergy season, that is critical for you and your family. Zero Res, they are here to help. Now, they don't raise their prices at Zero Res. They haven't done it in years. And every month, a new offer to save you money. Right now, 2 rooms of carpets cleaned for just $109 plus, you are going to get a free hallway. Again, I'm going to repeat that. A great deal. 2 rooms of carpets cleaned for just $109, and you also will get a free hallway and 25% off of area rugs. Restrictions may apply. Call right now at 615-535-9376, 615-535-9376. Book online, ZeroResNashville.com. Got a lot more coming right up. You know, history had the gold rush and the oil boom and the tech boom, but right now it is the Wi-Fi boom. And the Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Streaming booming, gaming booming, video calls booming, and now you can get Xfinity Internet and mobile together in one all-in plan. It is the ultimate power couple. Wi-Fi power boost from Xfinity Mobile gives you faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go. So your Wi-Fi is booming wherever you are. Now through June 23rd, new customers can get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited Internet data, and get one unlimited 5G mobile line included, all in one plan, all for $40 a month for 1 year. So whether you're working, watching, or panning for Wi-Fi Gold, one thing is for sure, Xfinity's Wi-Fi is booming. Find them online, xfinity.com, to learn more. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply, taxes, fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabyte of data usage. Data thresholds vary. After 1 year, rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply to all services, up to $143 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Okay, so I have a few more minutes left of a dense fog advisory this morning. Careful as you travel. The big problem is in Mount Juliet. It's a blockage on Volunteer Boulevard between Athletes Way and Rutland Drive. Police are directing traffic around it. There was a tractor trailer. It was an Amazon truck that pulled down a pole and some wires this morning, and it's causing power outages as well. So police are out directing traffic on Volunteer Boulevard at some intersections. Now, we do also have a crash. Pleasant View on 24, the eastbound side before Springfield, Ashland City, and a big backup behind it. Southbound on 65 in Berry Hill, a stalled truck, and the second right lane is blocked off by that near Armory Drive. And also this morning in Glen Cliff, a crash reported on 40, the westbound side before Spence Lane. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:38, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you listening. So, the president is in Qatar, and Joan, I've decided Brian is right that whether Qatar or Qatar, presidents have utilized the term Qatar.
For forever.
For forever. So that's the official pronunciation for me. It's going to be Qatar. Hate me if you want.
You could take it, Dan.
You know, usually I end up in the fetal position after the show, but that's okay. Totally moving on. Okay, so real quick, I do want to get to this segment, and I've played this Chuck Schumer audio a little bit regarding the book that is coming out on what Brian and I were talking about in the previous segment, which is, of course, The Massive Cover-Up. The book by Jake Tapper, it is going to be out May 20th. Chronicles the lies and the deception to cover Joe Biden's cognitive decline. Now, I didn't get to everything. We covered this a couple of hours ago, so I want to go through some of this real quick. So, Joan, we're talking earlier about how Joe Biden did not recognize George Clooney at a fundraiser.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he's known George Clooney for years.
George Clooney has been his biggest mouthpiece in Hollywood.
Yes, he absolutely has a piece of something. Anyway,
Yeah.
So when Clooney and Biden met, it was clear that Joe Biden did not recognize George Clooney, had no idea who he was at this fundraiser. And so Biden is quoted is to have said, "Thank you for being here," per the excerpt. The greeting prompted Biden's aide, who was standing next to him, to say, "You know, George, George." And it was clear Joe Biden did not recognize George Clooney. And Biden apparently said, yeah, according to the book, "Thank you for being here." The aide said, "George Clooney." No idea. And Clooney, apparently, they say in the book, the interaction left Clooney shaken to his core, according to Jake Tapper and his co-author. So there is that part of the story. And one of the things that I find interesting as we talk about this is the fact that you have all of these people now coming out and saying, oh, well, yeah, there clearly was a cover-up. The White House lied to us, right? That's part of what they're saying. This guy, CNN had a panel on this, and a podcaster named Van Latham said, yes, I was there. I was there at that particular fundraiser.
I was actually at the fundraiser that he was there with President Obama and with Jimmy Kimmel. And it was obvious that something was wrong. And when the average people made that observation, they were told over and over and over by political establishment that something was wrong with their eyes. Look, for the infrastructure of the party, your girl goes through your text messages. It's better when all the information is out. You're in a better situation when everything is on the table. You know how you done messed up. You guys can begin the healing. Just begin the healing and get over it. Obviously, there was some deception, but you have to move past it now. But nobody was fooled once they put eyes on it.
You know, it's interesting. And this guy, Van Latham, I guess he's a big leftist podcaster. So my question, and I did ask this earlier, okay, so what did you say on your podcast? Did you talk about if you were at this fundraiser? Did you yourself call into question Joe Biden's clear cognitive decline? I mean, listen, I wasn't at the fundraiser, but I sure as heck know that Joe Biden was having cognitive issues. And I'm all for moving forward. And this guy, this leftist podcaster, was talking about moving forward with all of the information on the table. You know what the problem is, though? The problem is that the same people that lied to us for years are still lying because they're not accepting any kind of accountability. And they are still the people in charge. You've got Nancy Pelosi, Kamala Harris, Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer. I played this audio for Brian a few moments ago, but in case you missed it.
You were in there, you saw him up close and personal. Did you really not have any idea that he was not fit to serve a second term?
Casey, we're looking forward. We have the largest Medicaid cut in front of us. We have the whole federal
you're
government
facing all
at
of this
risk.
because you lost a presidential election. And is
Look.
that not Joe Biden's responsibility for deciding to run again?
We're looking forward.
That's it?
That's it.
That's it. I mean, here's the deal. This, would you say, Joan, this is, and if I've asked you this before, I apologize, but would you say this is the biggest cover-up in the history of politics? I think I would. And the reason I say that is because Joan's in the kitchen. So the reason I say that is because of the fact that it was so incredibly widespread. Here's what I mean by that. You do have not only the entire Democrat Party, you have the White House, and you have a complicit media. So, yeah, I would say that this is the biggest cover-up in American history. Now, those same so-called journalists are now out there writing books about their own cover-up. And, of course, you talk about Joe Biden. This is more of that conversation. Scott Jennings chimed in.
But it wasn't just deception about a campaign. The man was the sitting president of the United States. There's more at stake here than just politics. There's in-the-moment decision-making. Was the country at risk? Who was making decisions on behalf of the country? Because obviously the president was impaired, and there were people who knew it. There were people, those same people were lying about it publicly. And now the real question is, who was making decisions behind the scenes? You can't just move past it.
Why didn't
it happened, and you can't move past it.
Why didn't any of the...
Yeah, I mean, he's absolutely right. Scott Jennings is absolutely right. Now, another point that this book is saying, remember way back when we all said, oh my gosh, Barack Obama had to help Joe Biden off stage at that fundraiser? Yeah, Jimmy Kimmel, Barack Obama, and Joe Biden. And Biden started, as he often did, he started wandering. And so I was like, and a lot of conservatives were saying, Barack Obama had to grab Joe Biden by the wrist and lead him off stage. And of course, the Democrats said that we were being ageist if we said that Obama had to help him off the stage. That was number one. They also said that, we were utilizing deep fake videos. Remember that whole thing? To show Joe Biden as mentally impaired. Well, this is in Jake Tapper's book. They say Obama appeared to have to guide Joe Biden off stage, according to the Original Sin excerpt published this time in The New Yorker. The moment came after Obama, Biden, and late-night talk show host Jimmy Kimmel had a friendly conversation on stage where the president fielded genial questions from his predecessor and the comedian that highlighted his political and legislative achievements. After the conversation wrapped, the excerpt said, Obama began to walk off stage, but Biden walked to the edge and, after waving and giving a thumbs up, stopped and stared blankly into the crowd. That prompted Obama to turn around, grab Biden's arm, and guide him backstage. Jake Tapper reports Biden's team told Jake Tapper he was basking in the audience support and lambasted clips of the moment as cheap fakes. I've got more on this. There's a couple more things that have come out that are in this book that I don't think they're really shocking, but it's shocking that the media chose not to report this at the time. 7:46, time to check the roads on WTN. Weather today, high of 84, mostly cloudy. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. Now, remember, we played for you this audio.
We're looking forward.
That's it?
That's it.
That is Chuck Schumer refusing to comment on his accountability, culpability in one of the greatest cover-ups, in my opinion, in American political history. That is the cover-up of Joe Biden's clear mental decline. And again, remember my justification for saying that. It was so widespread. This is why I'm saying it. It was so widespread. You had the White House. You had the media. You had Joe Biden's family. You had the entire Democrat Party. I loved the reaction of Chuck Todd.
He is among the people that are responsible for this. The leaders of the Democratic Party, the staff of the White House. And I have to say, I find everybody now talking to these authors, get out of here. Go home. You're part of the problem. Now you tell us. So I find, the reason why the Democratic Party has less credibility today. Here's an unpopular president, and the Democratic Party has a worse rating than the Republican Party with this catastrophic governance that we've seen over the last 120 days. And yet, why is the Democratic Party in worse shape? Because of this distrust, because of this, frankly, what the public feels as if the party leadership let them down and let this happen. He's as responsible as anybody else. He was a leader in the party. He could have said something sooner.
And you were a leader in the media, Chuck Todd. And by the way, for this whole segment, I should have said this earlier, but for this whole conversation, I'm telling the story. I know, and we all know that Chuck Todd and Jake Tapper and all of these members of the media that I'm playing their audio and so forth, we all just have to understand that we all acknowledge they were a big part of the cover-up. And now what they're doing is they're trying to cover their tracks. I know, and we all know. I don't have to keep saying it over and over again. Another thing that they are reporting from this book is that Biden's aides wanted to put him in a wheelchair. Biden's physical deterioration had become so severe that his advisors considered whether he would need a wheelchair if he were elected for a second term. Biden's aides were aware of his diminished physical abilities during the 2024 campaign, the authors wrote, but they felt they could not put Biden in a wheelchair until after the election. So that tells you they knew there was a problem. They knew that they were trying to cover this up, and they were willing to sell out the American people and put a man who had clear mental deficiencies to be in the Oval Office. That was what the Democrat Party did. The discussions, as well as concerns around the timing and optics of Biden using a wheelchair, highlighted the extent to which those in his inner circle went to conceal his condition from the public. Jake Tapper and his co-author reported that the president's aides brushed off reporters' questions about his halting walk, saying it was because Biden did not consistently wear a boot after previous foot fractures. But they say that explanation, Tapper says that explanation appeared to contradict remarks from Biden's physician, Kevin O'Connor, who said both small fractures of his foot are completely healed and that his injury had healed as expected. Caught him in a lie. O'Connor said publicly that Biden had mild post-fracture foot arthritis, but attributed changes in the president's walk to significant spinal arthritis. Now, again, stop me when you've heard this before. Nobody had anything to say in the media or the Democrat Party at the time. Jake Tapper is now doing interviews, and this is part of what he said.
Everybody pushed off the notion that he used a wheelchair until after the election. This is all part of a larger whole where the Biden White House tried to hide the extent of his deterioration, both physical and cognitive, as much as possible. In fact, as we all know, we all saw, as his shuffling gait got worse and worse from 2003 to 2004, they started putting aides around him as he walked to Marine One, the helicopter. That was to kind of hide from public view how bad his gait was, how bad his walking was, his shuffling, and also in case he stumbled again to make sure somebody was there. And this is just of a piece of an overall campaign to try to conceal from the American people the extent to which the president was really struggling to do his job.
Remember, you just heard him say that this was just a small piece of a major cover-up.
The bottom line is the White House was lying, not only to the press, not only to the public, but they were lying to members of their own cabinet. They were lying to White House staffers. They were lying to Democratic members of Congress, to donors about how bad things had gotten. And in fact, Alex and I started writing this book after the election of 2024, and we spoke with more than 200 people, most of whom, almost all of whom, were Democrats, and almost all of whom wouldn't be honest with us or wouldn't be candid with us until after the election. And then after the election, we found out all of these things that when you looked at what was going on with President Biden at the time, it probably doesn't surprise you the extent to which he was deteriorating. But now we have anecdotes and facts about what was really going on behind the scenes with details that Democrats wouldn't share with us until after Election Day.
So clearly,
come on.
Clearly, Joan, they're playing the victim.
If your job is, as a journalist, to find out facts and dig for information, he failed miserably.
Well, and also don't forget, and they did the same thing with Hunter Biden's laptop.
Yes.
They ignored, all these media outlets ignored the reporting of the Wall Street Journal that called all of this out, and that reporting started back in June of 2024 with the Wall Street Journal.
The New York Post.
Yes. No. This was the Wall Street Journal.
Okay.
So just like the New York Post, where the media ignored the New York Post reporting on Hunter's laptop.
Oh, I thought that's what you were talking about. Gotcha.
Yeah. You have the Wall Street Journal that reported on Biden's cognitive decline in June of 2024. They had the headline, "Behind closed doors, Biden is slipping." Wall Street Journal had that headline. And you know as well as I do, Joan, that when you have these kinds of stories, then traditionally other media outlets will start piling on their own report. Nothing.
Crickets.
Absolute crickets. It was like when I tell a joke. 7:54.
No comment.
7:54, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, Joan Jones has the news coming up at 8 o'clock. Joan.
ICE's harsh words for Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell. And now the media is telling that story about President Biden's mental decline. We have some additional details about that book that Dan's been talking about. Coming up here at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:55 on WTN. You know, the weather in Middle Tennessee can get crazy, which is why you need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. By the way, all eyes on Friday night, where, yes, we could be getting some severe weather. Get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one of these terrific generators installed. Now, when the power goes out in your neighborhood, your home is going to have power. The lights are going to be on thanks to that backup home standby generator from the Generator Supercenter. Again, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. Now, they do feature expert installation, 24-hour monitoring as well. They're not going to leave you in the dark. Financing is available, and that phone number is 615-879-1952. Tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-879-1952. The website, GeneratorSupercenterofNashville.com.
Good morning, 8 o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Traffic has been a problem this morning, and we still have some accidents. 65 southbound past Armory Drive, there's a stalled out dump truck, and it's blocking 2 right lanes. Also in Mount Juliet, it's Volunteer Boulevard, blocked off Athletes Way to Rutland Drive, and that's because of a tractor trailer that struck a pole and brought down some wires. Police are also out there directing traffic at the intersections where there are lights out today. We begin with an update here on the joint operation between ICE and the Tennessee Highway Patrol, which has now resulted in the arrest of 196 people in the country and in Nashville illegally. The Department of Homeland Security saying 95 of them have prior criminal convictions and pending charges, and 31 were previously deported but re-entered the U.S. illegally. Now, in a statement, DHS Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin also said, quote, "You would think all public officials would unite around DHS bringing violent criminal illegal aliens to justice and removing them from American communities. However, pro-open borders politicians like Mayor O'Connell would rather protect illegal aliens than American citizens." Those are her words. She also said demonization of ICE has resulted in officers facing a 413% increase in assaults. We're learning more about the Nashville Rescue Mission employee who was shot Sunday afternoon in the parking lot after his shift. President and CEO Glenn Cranfield telling WTN's Matt Murphy show they're working on ways the community might be able to help Cedric Wilson as he recovers.
This is tangible, meaningful ways in which you can help Cedric and his family. He has 3 kids. They're the 3 teenagers, and visit with his fiance today, and they're just overwhelmed with the support and the prayers of everybody involved in this. And so just stay tuned. We'll be happy to share that with you.
Cedric Wilson was in surgery for 3 hours for 11 gunshot wounds. Miraculously, none of the bullets hit any of his organs. Charges now against a Mansfield man after police discovered the body of a homeless woman in Springfield. 54-year-old Mark Odom was charged with the murder of 31-year-old Christiana Shook Livingston in the parking lot off Copper Springs Road last weekend. Odom is in the Henry County Jail on $2.5 million bond. Damaging details about just how impaired President Joe Biden was during his presidency. Here's ABC's Andrew Dimbert.
At a fundraiser last year with actor George Clooney, the authors claim Biden seemed severely diminished and did not recognize Clooney despite Biden knowing him for decades. According to the book, former President Obama, also at that fundraiser, had difficulty making sense of Biden's behavior and blamed Biden's busy schedule. But the authors say Obama would come to realize that scheduling was not the fundamental problem.
The book also says his handlers considered putting him in a wheelchair if he had won the election. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Before the opening bell here, we've got Dow Futures plus 42, NASDAQ Futures up 47 points, and the S&P Futures gaining 11. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, still on alert around that area of in Mount Juliet, Volunteer Boulevard. It's blocked off Athletes Way to Rutland Drive as police continue working to get a stuck tractor trailer out of there this morning. That tractor trailer brought down a utility pole and some power lines. You also have traffic lights out in that area because of that accident, and that has police out there directing traffic in some spots too. 65 on the southbound side at Berry Hill. It's a stalled dump truck blocking 2 right lanes past Armory Drive. And a crash in make that Pleasant View. It's on 41A north of Boat Factory Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.808, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So, Joan.
Yeah.
The president has officially arrived in Qatar, and apparently he was met by a massive amount of camels, which is perfect for hump day.
Oh, yes. Actually, it is. That's pretty funny.
And they've got, I don't know, it looks like hundreds of camels out there.
Wow. Here's how it sounds. Have you heard any of this?
No.
Yeah.
All right.
Very ceremonial.
Very ceremonial.
Yes.
Well, let's be honest. Saudi Arabia and now Qatar, they are doing everything they can to, pay the president a lot of respect, as they should. And the president, by the way, had something to say about those camels.
And the job you've done is second to none. You look at this, it's so beautiful. As a construction person, I'm seeing perfect marble. This is what they call perfecto. And just a great job you've done, and what a beautiful place. And we appreciate those camels. I haven't seen camels like that in a long time. And that was some greeting. We appreciate it very much.
There you go. So
very nice.
The president was appreciative of the camels. And
also, what was it? Arabian horses in Saudi Arabia.
Oh, was it? That's
yes.
right. And they had a mobile McDonald's brought in. I want to know if he actually ate the McDonald's.
Yeah.
Like, did he?
Well, I don't know. Do you think do you think he has people like taste his food before?
See, I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Actually.
If I were him, I'd certainly have that.
So where is he going? He went to Saudi Arabia. Now he's in Qatar. And then where is he going next? Remind me. I had it yesterday. Oh, I've got it. Let's see.
Maybe you have it.
I don't remember. Well, listen.
Yeah.
Wherever he's going next, if you really want to impress him, forget the McDonald's. Bring in In-N-Out.
Yeah, I wonder why they chose McDonald's.
Well, he loves McDonald's.
Yeah.
President Trump loves McDonald's. Like, he is a big McDonald's fan.
Yeah.
So, which,
Oh, it's the United Arab Emirates. Not sure which one, but he'll be there.
Okay. UAE, get some In-N-Out. If you really want to impress Donald Trump.
I wonder how they'll greet him. Like, what mode of transport
I wonder if they're
have.
trying to, like, outdo each other.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So anyway, President Trump is now in now in Qatar, and as far as the big issue of the day,
the plane. Yes.
The Democrats continue to sound the alarm about the plane from Qatar. Now, somebody sent me a note and said, Dan, why don't you talk about the Clintons and how they got a helicopter from Saudi Arabia? That might be fake news. I cannot find that anywhere. I grokked it. I Googled it. I did all the things.
Oh, what?
Grokked it.
No.
Googled it. Googled and grokked.
What is it that he was to have received?
People say that Bill Clinton, the Clintons received a helicopter.
Oh.
From, I guess, Saudi Arabia. But I don't, like, people, what I've seen is that never actually happened. Then now they did, though, get a whole bunch of money for the Clinton Foundation from Saudi Arabia.
Of course they did.
That did happen.
Yeah.
But as far as a helicopter goes, because, you got some people trying to, make comparisons and all that. As far as I can tell, that has never been a thing. But as far as a plane goes, even CNN now, of course, as they do, reporting that, and this is part of the developing story this morning, is that it would cost a couple of $100 million to retrofit the flying palace that Qatar is offering the president. And he hasn't said anything about whether or not he would even accept the plane. Have you seen anything?
He has not made that definitive decision yet.
All right. No definitive decision from the president.
Right.
All right, very good.
So, actually, I just grokked the same thing you did. Did you get that story is false?
I got that it was no confirmation. I didn't get that it was false.
So I may have used maybe a different
wording.
search term than you did, but
Sure.
Here's what I got. The claim that Saudi Arabia gifted Bill Clinton a $17 million helicopter to use during his presidency, which he kept as a personal gift after leaving office, is false. The rumor originated from satirical Facebook pages, specifically America Loves Liberty and America's Last Line of Defense, known for posting fabricated stories to troll conservatives.
Okay, so now Jason says this on the super text line. Dan, I could just hear the well, Dan. He didn't even have to put the well in there. Dan, you were looking at that article incorrectly. Bill was doing the helicopter around some Saudi Arabian hookers. What? Listen, just so we're clear, I didn't say that. Jason did.
Yeah.
This is what I brought to the table today. That's what I brought to the table today.
What a contribution.
That's exactly right,
Yeah.
Joan. What a contribution. Moving right along. Coming up on 8:15, Nashville's Morning News. Time to check the roads. (8:15) Nashville's Morning News. As far as your weather today goes, a high of 84, mostly cloudy. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So the president does continue his charm offensive in the Middle East. He is in Qatar right now. He was in Saudi Arabia last night. And there was a lot made of a couple of comments that the president made, including this one.
And it's crucial for the wider world to note this great transformation has not come from Western interventionists or flying people in beautiful planes giving you lectures on how to live and how to govern your own affairs. No, the gleaming marvels of Riyadh and Abu Dhabi were not created by the so-called nation builders, neocons, or liberal nonprofits like those who spent trillions and trillions of dollars failing to develop Kabul, Baghdad, so many other cities. Instead, the birth of a modern Middle East has been brought by the people of the region themselves, the people that are right here, the people that have lived here all their lives, developing your own sovereign countries, pursuing your own unique visions and charting your own destinies in your own way. It's really incredible what you've done.
Yeah, so in that soundbite, of course, in this section of what some people are saying is a historical speech, is he threw out the term neocon and nation builders and the failures. And frankly, the failures, to get very specific, in Iraq and Afghanistan. You know, Afghanistan, I did mention this earlier, $2 trillion total on that war with the Taliban, trying to rebuild Afghanistan, trying to train their army, which was just a miserable failure. So the president is right. Nation building did not work. Simply put, Dick Cheney, the Bushes didn't work. Iraq, same deal. $2 trillion. Thousands of Americans died, of course, in both Afghanistan and Iraq. Both of these nations are a mess. And we went in there with these, delusions of grandeur that suddenly they were going to be able to just suddenly become like America. And obviously, it has been a complete and utter failure.
In the end, the so-called nation builders wrecked far more nations than they built, and the interventionists were intervening in complex societies that they did not even understand themselves. They told you how to do it, but they had no idea how to do it themselves. Peace, prosperity, and progress ultimately came not from a radical rejection of your heritage, but rather from embracing your national traditions and embracing that same heritage that you love so dearly.
There you go. And the president obviously is spot on. He also has said that he wants to eliminate those Syrian sanctions. This is also part of the news cycle this morning.
I will be ordering the cessation of sanctions against Syria in order to give them a chance at greatness. Oh, what I do for the Crown Prince. The sanctions were brutal and crippling and served as an important function, nevertheless, at the time. But now it's their time to shine. It's their time to shine. We're taking them all off, and they're going to have, I think they're going to have, based on the people and the spirit and everything else that I'm hearing about. So I say, good luck, Syria. Show us something very special like they've done, frankly, in Saudi Arabia. Okay? They're going to show us something special. Very good people.
So, of course, you all know Syria, Bashar al-Assad, and what happened, 13, 14 years ago, something like that, using chemical weapons. Some of these sanctions go back all the way to the 1970s, but President Trump says, I trust Syria, and I hope that they are going to do good with their newfound financial freedom. Remember, they do have a new president. We spoke about this. Ahmed al-Sharaa and his group overthrew Assad's government. Now, remember, this guy, Ahmed al-Sharaa, he used to be a terrorist. $10 million bounty on his head, and now he is meeting with Donald Trump. And those sanctions have been lifted. Now, we'll have to see ultimately how this whole thing plays out. But as far as the new president of Syria, they have been working with us and cooperating with us on trying to take out ISIS, and collectively together, we've foiled several ISIS plots to attack Damascus, and on it goes. We'll have to see what happens there. The president, of course, again, I spoke about this earlier, extending another olive branch to Iran.
But with that said, Iran can have a much brighter future, but will never allow America and its allies to be threatened with terrorism or nuclear attack. The choice is theirs to make. We really want them to be a successful country. We want them to be a wonderful, safe, great country. But they cannot have a nuclear weapon. This is an offer that will not last forever. The time is right now for them to choose. Right now, we don't have a lot of time to wait.
Well, part of this charm offensive the president is on, going to the United Arab Emirates, going to Qatar, going to Saudi Arabia, lifting the sanctions, of course, with Syria, is he is trying to isolate Iran. And the further he isolates Iran, well, the more then that he can try to put the screws to them and say, listen, I don't want you to have nuclear weapons, so we need to negotiate. Now, I'm just here to tell you that, and I've said this before, I think this is a terrible idea. Trump supporter, terrible idea, because you can't trust Iran. We have that's why he pulled out of the Iranian nuclear deal in the first term, because you cannot trust them. And so basically what it sounds to me like what the president is fixing to do is he's going to make this great deal with Iran. And then how are we going to trust that they have de-escalated their want of nuclear weapons and their nuclear ambitions? There's no way that you are going to be able to confirm that, because their facilities are way underground and they're in caves and all that other stuff. We couldn't confirm it then, and we can't confirm it now.
As I've shown repeatedly, I am willing to end past conflicts and forge new partnerships for a better and more stable world, even if our differences may be very profound, which obviously they are in the case of Iran. I have never believed in having permanent enemies. I am different than a lot of people think. I don't like permanent enemies, but sometimes you need enemies to do the job, and you have to do it right. Enemies get you motivated. In fact, some of the closest friends of the United States of America are nations we fought wars against in generations past, and now they're our friends and our allies.
Fact check true. By the way, also, and we've been covering this all morning long, big deal, $600 billion in trade deals between Saudi Arabia and America. That is going to create up to 2 million United States jobs, the president says. So obviously, very good news. Joan, this is getting a little awkward.
What is it?
Well, you're being well-Joaned on the super text line.
Oh, no.
Yeah, because, you said the reason why the Saudis had McDonald's there was because the president enjoys McDonald's. And people are well-Joaning and saying, well, Joan, he did work at McDonald's.
Oh, I forgot. My bad.
So, well, Joan.
My bad.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to try to get Senator Haggerty on here and try to have him say, well, Joan, somehow, so that we have that on a hotkey as well.
I get the feeling he just doesn't seem like the kind of guy to goof around.
No. Haggerty?
Yeah.
No, not him. Nice. He really doesn't, actually. All right. Well, Joan, it is coming up on 8:30. What is, by the way, people aren't actually well-Joaning.
Yeah, I know.
They're well-danning. I know that you're looking, and people are just like well-danning me all over the place.
If you have to project, I understand.
There you go. Thank you, Joan,
Yeah.
taking one for the team. All right, what's coming up?
Well, we have President Trump's first words upon landing there in Qatar. Also, what police discovered when investigating a car crash at Belmont University this morning. We've got that and more coming up here at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$824, want to tell you about my friends at Renstall. Listen, if you have a European car, this is a great place. It's a garage. It's a place where you get your car serviced and repaired, but they specialize in European cars. And we're talking about, the highfalutin ones, BMW, Audi, Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, any European car, Renstall is there for you. They are brand new. They're open right now. And yes, they are taking appointments. Now, Renstall offers the best technicians, the latest and greatest diagnostic equipment. And yes, they are dedicated to customer service. But I know that everybody says that. Well, let me prove it to you. Renstall proudly offers the Heroes Service discount. Veterans, active duty military, first responders, and emergency medical personnel all get a 10% discount on all repairs. Now, I'm not a veteran, but I will tell you is that I like the way that Renstall does business. They are locally owned and operated and exclusively work on all European vehicles. By the way, they also offer complimentary shuttle service and free Uber rides as well, immediate appointments, and a quick turnaround as well. By the way, the Renstall guarantee. They'll offer clear and honest pricing and no unnecessary repairs ever. And again, they're open right now. They're taking appointments. Call them 615-777-7100, conveniently located across the street from the Academy of Country Music, 5 minutes from Music Row, 2 minutes from downtown. And by the way, if you maybe live in Williamson County or Wilson County, it is worth the drive. 615-777-7100. I love the website, itrustmymechanic.com, itrustmymechanic.com. $8:27, Nashville's Morning News. Dan here for Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They want you to know that those great TVA rebates have been extended. Mini split 17 SEER 2 or higher. They are giving you an $800 rebate. Get up to 12 months, no payment and no interest as well, depending on credit, and lender's offer may vary. Busy Bee also has rebates on AC tune-ups, $50 rebate for each one, spring and fall. You know what that does? That ultimately then pays for your Beehive membership. Now, Beehive, by the way, they're hiring. Busy Bee is hiring, and they've got a hiring open house on May 31st from 10 to 2. You've got to have at least 3+ years of experience in plumbing and HVAC. They are, by the way, hiring for both. Again, Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. So if you do plumbing, if you do HVAC, they are hiring service and install departments. Pay range, by the way, for these experienced roles, $30 to $39 hourly with health care, benefits, 2 weeks PTO, office closed on federal holidays, and your birthday, and a whole lot more. Check it out, 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833, busybeehvac.com.
Good morning. It's now 8:30 here on Super Talk 99.7, and I'm Joan Jones with your latest stories. President Trump is now on the second leg of his three-nation Middle East tour in Qatar today, where he was greeted rather warmly. Now, he has made brief remarks before the media upon landing. Here he is with the Emir of Qatar just moments ago.
We've been friends for a long time. Hard to believe, right? Remember that first meeting very well. And we've liked each other and we've worked with each other. And now we can work in the highest capacity.
And he will be meeting with the Emir, sitting down for talks in the coming moments. And we will be listening to see if this announcement will be made. News Nation breaking this news last night.
They are securing this agreement to purchase around 150 planes from Boeing. That could mean more jobs, thousands of more jobs in America coming. And this is set to be announced when President Donald Trump visits Doha.
Now, this order for up to 200 wide-body jets from Boeing could be worth more than $100 billion to the U.S. A big police presence early this morning near Belmont University. Police investigating the death of a young man. Here's WSMV's Joylyn Bukovac.
They were already in the area around 4:30 this morning responding to reports of shots fired when they noticed a car that had slammed into a tree. When officers went to check it out, they found a man believed to be in his 20s dead in the driver's seat with gunshot wounds.
A crime scene at 16th Avenue North near Wedgwood. Money News brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock starting out on the plus side here. We've got the Dow up 77, NASDAQ gaining 74, and the S&P is up 12 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here. DT McCall's. Listen, go to dtmccalls.com. It's their website, and they've got all kinds of specials just for you. By the way, Speed Queen washer and dryer set at a really good price. Check them out. Whatever you need, I can almost guarantee you, because this has been my experience with DT McCall's over the years, I can almost guarantee you that if you need something for your home, lawn equipment, appliances, furniture, office furniture, whatever you need, DT McCall's has it, and at a great price and fantastic selection. You can find them online, dtmccalls.com. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee. As always, do me a favor and tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. That website, one more time. Tell them I said hello. dtmccalls.com. .833 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here for Loan Pronto. Listen, if you're maxed out on credit cards, if you're struggling with high interest debt, you could pay it off all in a couple of days with Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan. Get cash out right now without touching your low interest rate on that first mortgage. No appraisals, no waiting, and no BS. The Rapid Equity Loan Program at Loan Pronto is amazing. Now, one Loan Pronto client just got $300,000 approved in under 24 hours. They paid off debt, they renovated their kitchen, and they cut their monthly expenses by $1,800. That is, of course, a huge turnaround. Now, Loan Pronto, they've got instant approvals, low rates as well, and no hard credit pull up front. Listen, your home equity is yours, and you should use it. Get cash to consolidate your debt down to one easy, low monthly payment. Call them right now for free instant approval for your home and see how much cash you can get today. 615-499-5780 is the phone number, 615-499-5780. You can find them online anytime. LoanPronto.com. That's LoanPronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. On approved credit, NMLS ConsumerAccess.org.
Let's see. We do have some injuries involved in a crash here, South Nashville, Elm Hill Pike, east of Arlington Avenue. Then a crash in Watkins Park on 40 eastbound before Charlotte Avenue, exit 209 with 2 left lanes blocked off. And Pleasant View on 41A, north of Boat Factory Road. There's a crash there as well. Just keep in mind that you have police out directing traffic this morning at Golden Bear Gateway and Volunteer Boulevard because of that traffic accident involving a tractor trailer pulling down a utility pole and the wires this morning. And Volunteer Boulevard itself is closed off Athletes Way to Rutland Drive. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.837, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you. Welcome on in to the crisscross handoff.
What's up, guys?
Chris, I'm very disappointed in you.
Why?
And I just want to let you, I just got to call you out on something. Joan Jones here, by the way, too. Hi, Joan.
Hi.
What did I do?
Well,
what did you do now?
I don't
That's
listen,
the real question.
I never use my airtime to make Dan Mandis impersonations. I never use my airtime to besmirch you. Yet here we are once again at 8:35, and you have an issue with me.
Well, you still have your beard.
Sensing hostility.
Because Murphy Show yesterday shaved off his beard.
Okay, so I jumped into the YouTube stream, and I left a comment in the
I did
chat.
that on Friday.
I left a comment in the chat. I said, I'm just here to see a beardless Murphy in the wild.
It doesn't look like him. It looks like a different person.
I think he looks great.
Nope.
Wow. Okay.
I think this is a doppelganger.
Lord, have mercy.
Murphy needs facial hair.
Murphy has a twin we don't know about, and he took over the show.
You ever see those videos of dads who shave their beard and then they show themselves to like their toddlers and the toddler freaks out? That was me yesterday when I jumped on YouTube watching Matt Murphy.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, he cried. Virginia was like, "What's wrong?" And he just couldn't get the words out. He just tears.
Well, you do know, Chris, that beards for men are like push-up bras for women.
Oh, are they?
I think it's more like makeup for women, but
Thank you,
I think
KGB.
push-up bra works
Like
too.
push-up bra is just, it's a whole different category.
Do they still do that? Or is that still a thing?
Yeah,
Push-up bras?
It's still a thing.
Actually, I have no idea. But I've heard that for years.
What about the chicken cutlets? Are they still doing that?
What do you mean? I don't know what that means.
Oh, I know what he's talking
Joan
about.
knows where I'm at.
I do not.
Do people still do the chicken cutlets where they're stuffing the bra with some like looks like a piece of chicken?
But that's what the push-up bra is for, to not be able to not have to do that.
Chicken cutlets?
Chicken
Why would
cutlets?
you put
I've
chicken
never heard
cutlets
that.
in?
You never heard it? You never heard it phrased that way? I mean, it's not an
No.
actual piece of chicken.
Right.
It's just like it's
something
a,
to stuff
you
the
put
bra.
like-
a rubbery piece of plastic or something that looks like a piece of chicken.
Oh, okay.
Do
I
women
know.
still do that? I can't imagine
Now
they
what
would
you're
because
talking
eventually
about.
if a guy's going to want to, go
Yeah.
in there and you pull out a rubber thing.
They just do the push-up bra now.
Now they just do push-up bras?
I'm in the
Whatever.
dating world. I've experienced this.
Okay, very good.
All right.
Chicken cutlets.
What would you call them? I don't know the technical term.
Neither do I, to be honest.
So chicken cutlet, I mean, it's a pretty accurate description, I think.
By the way, a guy said that Donald Trump, I gotta remember this. Donald Trump is the president, and I'm just a talk show host and not a very good one. I need to stay in my lane.
Oh.
And so I said to Chris, well, that's fine. I'm in the right lane. And then Chris said,
be careful because the right lane is for slower traffic.
I like it.
Absolutely love it. Anyway, so Matt told me that I needed to shave off my beard today.
In solidarity?
Yeah.
Don't do it.
But my beard is like a push-up bra for women. For makeup.
Fly Girl on YouTube says real men have facial hair.
This is true.
Fact check true.
And she also said my 10-year-old has more hair than Murphy on his chin than Murphy.
Wow.
Ouch. To be fair, he is freshly shaved, so he did a good job then.
Yes.
What do you think happened? I think this is the real question.
Oh.
Did he go
Got
in
too itchy?
there? Did he go in there thinking I'm going to shave all this off, or, and this is my theory, he screwed up the beard while shaving.
See, okay,
and
well,
then there was no going back.
Here's what he told me. That's happened to me,
he was
by the
drunk
way.
shaving.
It's happened to me.
Drunk shaving.
Drunk
Oh, my
shaving.
goodness
Did a little
gracious.
cut and then went, just take it off.
No, you know what? He told me that he had a wild hair and that he just decided to shave.
Just one wild hair?
Wild hair being, he just decided to shave. It's called the wild hair, KGB.
When you just get crazy with an idea and go for it.
Turning a phrase.
I feel like that's a cover-up for somebody that accidentally messed up their beard and had to get rid of it.
Drunk shaving.
Okay, can I just call a timeout on this?
I love how Jones goes. He was obviously drunk shaving.
He was obviously just floored.
Can I call a timeout on this? Because let's all be honest.
He's just in the bathroom with a plate of pizza rolls and shaving.
No,
Is that
David
what we're picturing?
Hasselhoff style, a burger in the bathtub.
And a little shot of whiskey. Yeah.
Can we be honest, though? Like, Matt's, when he had the beard, it's not like it was, manicured like a baseball stadium like yours is.
This is true.
It was rugged.
Chris, I should say. Chris, because there's three of us here. Well, Matt's beard was kind of like KGB's. Just sort of not really growing in all the way and that kind of thing.
Matt's beard kind of said to you that he may or may not cut down a tree later.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
It was rugged.
Yeah.
It was a great way to describe it.
Yeah, it's very rugged looking.
Very rugged.
What's wrong with my beard?
I didn't say there's anything. Why is it always about you?
Because you brought up my beard.
Your beard, Murphy's beard, are a little kind of like the same.
It doesn't grow out. It just stays.
We need a little bit longer than the segment to talk about your beard, Jeff.
And all the other issues.
I don't understand the problem.
Hey,
that's part
does
of the
it have
problem.
to go out?
That's part of the problem, Jeff.
Hey, did you hear my?
Oh, I did. I was waiting.
Now, do you want to use that for your Qatar Plain updates?
There's,
If you want, I can leave it for you. And Murphy Show, if you'd like it, you can have it as well.
I got to be honest with you. You left in too many bells in the beginning. I would have tightened that thing up.
And they're loud. They're loud.
Yeah, the bells are a bit jarring, if you will.
You can't hear the little man as well.
The little guy.
Tattoo.
Tattoo.
His name is Tattoo.
Sorry, I forgot what his name was.
Hervé Villachez.
Thank you.
Yes.
So you know the character and the actor.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Mr. Rourke, Ricardo Montalban.
Oh, all right.
That's exactly right.
Never seen the movie.
It's not a movie, it's a show, and it came on right after The Love Boat.
Fact check true, then.
That's fact check true.
I've never watched The Love Boat either. What do you think? Was it good?
And the Love Boat theme was sung by?
An uncle of Jones.
Correct.
Boom.
Good job.
I remember
your
these
uncle
things.
sang the theme?
Yeah.
Were you not there when we talked about this before?
No, totally. Maybe I just zoned it out.
All right, very good.
Jack Jones.
Jack Jones. The Love Boat. Hey,
nice.
Tim Burchett. We got a Tim Burchett update who's going to be on this show on Friday.
Yeah, Dan sent a group text and he said Birch is on the show on Friday, and I thought to myself, like, ooh, I should book him for Thursday, and then I laughed and moved on. So you gave us too much notice.
You wouldn't be the first one that's done that, moving right along.
But then after you said that text, I see this interaction that Burchett has with a loving liberal outside of the Capitol in D.C.
I'm can you assure the American people Medicaid won't be cut?
How can you assure your Nana that you still support her after she told you that chocolate milk was not coming from brown cows?
Congressman, how can you...
How can you support them when they're going to cut Medicaid? He said, how can you support your Nana when she told you chocolate milk comes from brown cows? You going to ask him about that?
The first one he did was better.
What?
Do you think that that's like because it's the same guy? So do you think they're like planning this like Abbott and Costello?
Oh, it's just a regular thing
It's like
now.
it's a bit.
Yeah, maybe. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to ask him a question and ask him to insult me. He'll be like Tim, the comedic congressman.
We should do a roast of Mandis, and then we'll have.
Oh,
we should
yeah.
get all the politicians in on
I
it.
like that.
Senator Blackburn, possibly governor. Well, she'll just have 2 words. Well, Dan. And that's all
Whoa.
she's got. Well, Dan.
He'll be busy that day. Doesn't matter which day.
We should try and get a roast of Mandis together.
Sure. I'm sure that'd be a lot of fun.
It'd be good to do it like on his. What's your next birthday?
My next birthday
Yes.
December 26th.
No, I know when it is. How old will you be?
Oh,
that's a little personal, Joan.
How old is it going to be?
Just
68. I'm sorry.
Come on,
58.
60.
Oh,
68.
I thought I was giving you grace with it, but I guess I
I'm going to be 58.
Okay.
And 58 years young.
You do know that if the decline starts, we're going to cover it up like the White House and the
Yes.
media.
You know what?
I'm gonna
I
have
certainly hope
strings.
so.
I'm gonna have strings back here, just moving your arms.
We'll pull one for the team.
You going to pull one for the team?
We will.
Are
we'll
ya?
We'll even find evergreen old school Mandis content to roll in your place and say we're having stream difficulties if we need to.
Are we gonna do?
Because when he leaves the bathroom, he wanders down the hall and he can't find his way back.
We find him at the country station.
Yeah.
I'm going to wander into the urban station. Hey, man, you guys ready to go?
Gonna put him in the chair like Weekend at Dan's.
Can you imagine Kitty Smoove and all those people that I walk in there?
What are you doing here, Dan?
Man. Hey, Chris.
Dan.
So we have very stressful jobs. And do you have any kind of a hobby or anything that helps you to relax?
I do. I collect coins because
Yes.
because
I love it.
I like change.
The change will do you good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, how does it feel, Dan? How does it feel?
A lot funnier when I said it because I knew the punchline.
So I podcasted that segment with Brian
just the 30 seconds of the joke. That's the old podcast.
So I podcasted that with when Brian was on, and I literally put in the description, Dan has waited nearly 2 hours to tell Brian a joke, and that's all I put.
I was so excited. I told these guys at 5:35, and they loved the joke.
I just pictured. Like,
I don't know if
I don't know.
This is
was
me
clever,
knowing
but-
Mandis though. When you say it to Brian, he starts getting into like his actual hobbies. Like
Yeah.
I can picture
Yeah.
you kind of like stewing in your seat, getting
Chris.
a little antsy, waiting for him to stop so you can just bring the thunder.
Chris, Dan, while Brian was talking, Dan looked at me dead in the eye and with the biggest smirk, just shaking his head like, yeah, I'm
He's
about
like,
to get
"I'm gonna
him.
do it.
I'm
I'm gonna
about to
crush
get
it."
him.
It's about
He
to-
was so excited.
We're about to land this plane, baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Anyway, so you see that President Trump flew into Qatar with a bunch of camels.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to stop that.
Perfect for hump day.
It's perfect. For
Are you just re-airing all the jokes from this episode?
Absolutely. That's what I'm going to do. You know, whenever it's like the last segment, I'm just going to do all my jokes all over again. To see if they're-
Recapping everything.
You know, somebody on the super text line asked me to stop you. Please, Jones, stop. Make him stop. Oh, gosh.
We might need to revoke your audio privileges.
Yeah, whatever.
You get what I'm saying
That's it.
about the bells, right?
Yeah, but see, when I lead into it, I've been saying the Democrats are sounding the alarm
All right.
on the plane.
So it works with the joke.
It works with the joke.
So instead of cleaning up the edit, you elongated the joke.
Yes, that's what I do. And then I do it over and over again. So, Chris, when you get off work, do you have any hobbies? Just kidding. Whatever. All
He
right,
said
listen.
coin collecting. Clearly said it.
All right, whatever. All right, moving right along. Joan, what do you got for this bit? Because I got like 2 minutes. I got nothing left.
You're depending on me?
Yep, sure am.
I got nothing.
You see, Joan, because Jason says when I said you guys loved my joke, Jason says, I think love is a very strong
Very strong word.
Mhm.
That's what I'm talking about, Jason. Thank you.
Mike H.
And also somebody said, your job stressful? How? I think that's a good point. Fair point.
Wow. I think this is a stressful job. I have to come up with jokes every day.
You
don't actually have to.
You
know what?
slave
Forget
over
it.
a hot microphone. Come on.
Oh, man. Mike H. says, what do you mean if the decline starts?
Touche.
Love it. Listen, I love it. Do you think this job is stressful? That's an interesting question, actually. Is this job stressful?
No, I don't know. I'm never
No?
stressed out of this job. Are
You
you?
never stressed out?
No.
Now that I'm no longer in charge of people, it stresses me out a lot less. But no, I like when I get up at midnight and I'm searching for stories and I don't find anything, then yeah, I do get stressed out because then I got to make mountains out of molehills, which I never do.
Since President Trump has been in office, though, I would imagine you have had a very easy time trying to find material because it just feeds itself.
It is a lot better. I actually, to be honest with you, of all the jobs that I've had, this is my second favorite.
And so what was the first one?
I've said this before. Longtime listeners will know that my all-time favorite job was when I was a traffic reporter in Los Angeles.
Were you in the helicopter?
I was in a fixed-wing aircraft for a little bit of time. Then I got airsick and I puked in the plane. Yeah. Pilot
And they
loved
said,
that.
don't come back, Dan.
So, but I was a studio reporter and I was on a bunch of stations and I love that because there's a bit of play-by-play involved. But I love what I do now. I absolutely love what I do now.
Yeah, I don't think this job is too stressful. We have too much fun.
You know what the nice thing is? They leave us alone. Like
Yeah, they do.
like the downstairs people, they leave us alone.
They do, and because of our conservative views, some of them don't even listen.
That's exactly right.
So
Maybe that's a good thing.
That's a benefit sometimes.
Yeah.
And only a few of them know what the hours of the morning show are. Because
Ain't
some are
that
like,
true?
hey, I know you get off at 10. It's like, no, man, I get off at 9. 9 o'clock, 99.7, YouTube, Facebook, check us out. But that's okay. I appreciate every single one of those salespeople. Every
Tom
single
says
one.
I-24 is stressful. Sitting in a chair is not.
Truth.
I mean, your posture takes an effect after a while.
Thanks, Jeff.
You're welcome. I was trying to give you benefit of the doubt, but okay.
Chris, what is coming up?
Well, we're going to talk about Donald Trump taking the Middle East by storm. We're going to talk about Donald Trump taking the Middle East by storm. We'll bring you the latest comments out of Qatar, as Dan likes to say.
Sure.
Plus, the interview that he had with Sean Hannity on the lousy, awful, current Air Force One we have.
Remember, in Qatar, it's not hump day. It's Trump Day, even though they have all those camels.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Beat the dead horse, Dan.
Dead camel, actually.
Yeah.
No camels were injured in the whatever. Joan, please go.
Yeah. President Trump on the second leg of his Middle East tour. And we'll tell you what he has done this morning that kind of took people by surprise. That's coming up here at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you. Friends, if you need a roofer, have I got a company for you, North Point Roofing Systems. Now, what I love about these folks is they're not some fly-by-night, here today, gone tomorrow roofer. No. This is a great company with actual offices in Brentwood, Tennessee, and serving all of Middle Tennessee. Now, they have the distinction at North Point Roofing Systems. They've got the distinction of being a GAF Master Elite Roofer. Now, GAF is the largest shingle manufacturer in the country, and at North Point Roofing Systems, they are specifically trained as the best roofers in the country. You can trust them. And only the top 1% of roofers have this added training. Now, North Point Roofing Systems, they have an automatic 5-year warranty on their workmanship. They also offer 10 and 25-year warranties as well. Now, one thing I love, and I'm going to get mine done next week, is that they offer free drone inspections. You don't have some random guy walking around on your roof. They actually use drones. It is safer, and it's a more honest way to do inspections because, we have seen cases where inspectors will fabricate damage or lie about damage to get a job. But with North Point Roofing Systems, their drones don't lie, and neither do they. Find them online. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. NorthPointRoofingSystems.com. That's NorthPointRoofingSystems.com. $8.59. Nick says, Joan, you'll love this. Listening to Dan's jokes is like watching a hot air balloon crash to the earth at 2 miles an hour.
Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
Another one, 0394. Isn't it cute that Dan thinks that he has longtime listeners?
Oh. Speaking of hot air balloons, did you see that video the other day? It was going viral.
No.
This hot air balloon is like some hot air balloon fair caught fire.
Oh.
So this dude's like hanging out of the hot air balloon on a rope.
Was this in like New Mexico where they do these things?
Yeah, it was somewhere around there. I can't
Wow.
remember the details, but and then the video shows, I mean, at a certain point, he just had to let go of the rope.
Did he die? How high up was he?
I mean, it was pretty high up. I'm sure he's going to be fine.
Or dead?
Yeah, he's dead.
Wow.
He's
no,
very dead.
That's sad.
It was insane. I would never get in one of those things, would you?
Never. I was at Knott's Berry Farm when I was a kid, and they have this, KGB, you might remember this. You ever go to Knott's Berry Farm? They had the the hot air balloon ride that was like on cables and stuff, I
Yeah.
was terrified.
Those were sketchy.
Those were sketchy. I was terrified. My dad made me go on it, and it's the one thing I never forgave him for. Anyway, got to go. It's 9 o'clock.